Got to experience a lot of that with some of my time with the Ultimate Pool family. Experiencing players like Tom Cousins and Craig Waddingham and the likes. Of course, the great Chris Melling. Looks like Guama may be hindered by the 9-ball here. Not sure if he can get it to the top corner. And he gets it to squeak its way in there. Guama going to take rack number 1. I'm not so familiar with Fraser Patrick aside from what I've seen here and, of course, the World 9-Ball Tour visits, but I have to say that, from what I understand, Guama Sanchez, very popular in the action scene and always staying in the mix as far as action is concerned, tournaments as well. So, Mr. Sanchez, no stranger to the pressure situations and any of the mental distractions that you might get competing in an event like this. I'll tell you, the Bob Stocks Memorial here at OnCue, very lovely time so far, and really enjoying myself. Lovely staff and players have been great. I mentioned it a few times this weekend. The arrangement in this pool room, really nice for the players' sake. Kind of have their own corner of the world where they don't have to contest with traffic or any of the regular patrons and all of those distractions. It's kind of just one area for the playing and a separate section for the spectators and viewers, and really just a nice experience for the players overall. Had a couple of the group photos being taken earlier today at our final 16, along with the tournament staff and our officials, of course. And we're just swapping out our template. That's the Tau Max Rack template. Big fan of that. Players have exclaimed it just works. So Fraser Patrick, again, in my opinion, one of the most consistent on this featured table thus far. And I don't think this match is going to be any different. I expect to see high level of play and elevated cueing here. All right, here we go. Fraser Patrick breaking rack 2. He's down 1-0. He's going to find success with the 1-ball on his break off here in rack 2, but 3-ball not going to cooperate. So likely push out. Don't believe. And we'll see Fraser take this one on. You just don't want to stay on the right side of the table. Don't want to offer easy coverage with that pink 4. Also don't want to offer a possibility of a combination or carom on that 9 ball. So he's going to give it a once over. Yeah, it's really tough to push out here just because everything is relatively open. So perhaps he will take on a kick shot here. Jump is off the table. Perhaps his push out is going to be to manipulate the object balls here. Really racking his brain. Oh, he's going to leave a long shot here. But the 3 ball, very available. And the pink 4, very close by. The position, very likely. Should Guama pocket this. And look at the delivery there. Fraser Patrick regretting his decision on that push-out position. I think in any case, I don't think I would have put it on the left side of the table either. If anything, if you're going to leave a look at the 3 ball, I think I would have left it center rail, the top short rail. I think that would have been a better decision there. Just at least make it so that the shot is not got the pocket right behind the object ball. Making it very simple to sight. Nonetheless, Guama going to clean these up. Looking like a 2-0 head start. And depending on where you're viewing, I'd love to see you guys share this out there. Let everyone enjoy these matches and root on their favorite players. And I'll tell you, the players themselves definitely appreciate the support. And of course, if you do want to watch any of the other matches, you can do so at your leisure. You can purchase your all-table pass via Digital Pool. And you can decide which match you'd like to see and when. All you got to do is screenshot or have your camera, scan that QR code right there. It'll take you right to the destination to get your pass. And you can decide which match you'd like to see. Said it a few times over the weekend. You know, Digital Pool really changing the way that pool and billiards is broadcasted, and also the way that you play the game and the way that we can view it. Really helpful and just bringing us into the future. Integrating technology into the game. And it looks like Guama is set to break. This is rack number 3, and he's leading this one 2-0. Remember, stage 2, final 16 is where we're at. We've increased our races from 9 to 11 Final match will be raced to 13. One ball square in the pocket, but the cue ball also finds a home. So Fraser Patrick, first real opportunity to put up a point. Although he had some control in rack number one, he lost it. And for me here, it's really all about the 4 and the 6. Sorry, the 5 and the 6. Purple 5 ball right below the green 6. He's got to hit this window. Just one rail position, but all about speed control here. And he's done that very nicely. This is really the big shot for me. Yeah, and he's arrived very nicely on the 6. Float the cue ball forward. Want to be above the brown 7 to the side pocket, and it'll make Mr. Patrick home free. He's controlled that very nicely. Nothing fancy here. I don't think you need to move it to the opposite side of the table, although he may. And he did choose to do so. And Fraser Patrick on his first 9 ball. And he delivers 2-1. So we had a great field to start the event. 63 players to be precise. And of course, if you go to digitalpool.com, you can follow along as the event progresses. Just go to the Tournaments tab and type in STOCS for stocks, and it will be the first event that pops up. You can go over to the viewer, or you can also watch the live scores. And I can give you a quick look around the room. So Eric Roberts leads Boris Ivanovsky 3-0. Felix Vogel 1-0 over Lucas Fracasso-Werner currently. BJ Usuri and Georgi Georgiev 2-0 to BJ. Max Eberly and Brandon Schuff, we have 0 score as of yet. Hunter Lombardo 3-0 over Payne McBride currently. Marco Tucher 2-0 over Nathan Childress. And Matt Clatterbuck trailing 2-0 Oliver Snolowski. All right, Fraser, a nice hold of this break in rack 4. Looks like he does have clean sight here on the blue 2 ball. Just going to float this one rail towards the red 3 ball. We're just controlling the pace here. And look at this. You know, as we've said a couple of times so far, this table very slick, very fast. So Players really need to make sure they get a hold of that speed to maintain the control. I think you can just stun this one over. Yeah, that wasn't too difficult there. Fraser Patrick staying on it. Again, not a lot of cue ball movement here. Yeah, that was kind of risky there, but also a very confident shot. Looked like he could have just avoided contacting the rail, and he elects to play that one rail position. It looks like Fraser Patrick to get some footing here. And with the deposit of this 9-ball, be tied up 2 games apiece. And success. Now it's remarkable the level of play showcased by this field. You know, whenever the balls are open, it's very likely to see them just finish. Minimal errors. And Eric Roberts on table 2, leading Boris Ivanovsky 4-0 now. And Lucas Fracasso-Werner answers back to Felix Vogel, tied up 1 game apiece. And that grind out first rack, Brandon Schuff takes the first rack over Max Eberle. And again, if you do want to watch all of these side tables, you can do so at your leisure. And again, all you got to do is purchase your pay-per-view pass, all tables streaming, courtesy of Digital Pool. And you can get there. Just go ahead and screenshot that QR code, and that'll take you to the proper destination. And you can pick and choose which matches you'd like to watch and when. And frankly, you could watch them all. Now it looks like Mr. Patrick is going to take a quick minute. And while he does so, I'm going to take a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back. All right, Guama to break. This is rack number 5. We're tied up 2 games apiece. And Guama's really got that 1 ball down. And breaking pretty consistently. Sure if he's got a whole 2 ball to work with here. Yeah, definitely not available, so he's going to push to a jump shot. Not sure if Fraser Patrick's comfort with the short cue. But in any regard, We know Guama very comfortable and confident going to the air. Oh, Fraser Patrick will take this one on. And I'll see. As technology changes and the equipment elevates, these types of situations, I don't know if we'd see the same results in the past. The players seem like the equipment elevated, a higher level of abilities, and you push to a shot where you can't see the object ball, and the player gladly accepts. I'll tell you, Guama very, very confident this morning. You see the pace of play here. He's enjoying himself. And I think that is a key to success. You always want to make sure that you can enjoy the roll of the ball and enjoy the experiences. I think Guama would have liked a bit more angle here. He's very straight. It looks like he's got just the littlest angle to go towards the left side of the table here. I think he's managed that very well. Very confident. You can usually tell a player's mental state, the pace that they're traveling around the table, and just body language. And Guama letting us know he's here to play. As he arrives on the 9-ball, and this will put him up 3-2. And don't forget, we are in race to 11 portion of the event. So no more racing to 9. That was just for our initial 48-player exit. So starting with 63 players again, 64 bracket. It starts as double elimination until that final 16. Brandon Schuff now 2 ahead of Max Eberle. Hunter Lombardo 3-1 ahead of Payne McBride. Marco Tuscher 3-0 in front with Nathan Childress. I'll tell you, very successful break for Fraser Patrick here. And he's going to be thrilled about that 2-ball positioning. Very open and available. And John Lehman expertly removing that towel max rack. It's always a unique experience when you can get into these events and you see how day one goes, how day two goes. And, same like the Tides, players, performance can change, and especially those minuscule bumps and just the road through the events. You can have a player really come out and show some stuff on day one and come back day two and can't finish or whatever it may be. But it's really the players that are able to come with that maximum consistency. It seems to be like every time. Those are the players to look out for. Fraser Patrick going to make quick work of rack 6. And as we are in our single elimination stage, we are unaware of who our next matches will be because we don't know what those matchups are just yet. But again, you can watch your choice of the matches. There's 8 matches going on around the room right now with our final 16. Again, you can purchase a pay-per-view pass to see all of those matches. You can pick and choose. Go ahead and grab that screenshot of the QR code there on your screen. And courtesy of Digital Pool, go ahead and watch all of the matches and pick and choose who you want to see and when. Felix Vogel 3-1 ahead of Lucas Fracasso Werner. That match is playing right now on table number 3. And if I had a pay-per-view pass, I would be watching that one right now. All right, success once more for Guama. He's got to look at this blue 2 ball. Got to be mindful with the cue ball. Don't want to run into the 3. I'll tell you, if you can avoid it, kind of zigzag underneath it, 2 rails, chance of a 3-9 combination right by the 8 ball in the same pocket. So yeah, that wasn't ideal, but still at the table and 3 balls still available. I think he can draw this one to get back down table. Doesn't have to get all the way down. He just has to get onto the opposite side of the table, top side of the table from this perspective. Looks like Guam is entertaining the combination right now. And he nails it. Very confident, Guama. Mr. Gregorio Sanchez puts another one up. A really high level of play right now. Lots of tight matches going on. And Lucas Fricasso-Werner answers back. Felix Vogel, Lucas Fricasso-Werner 3-2 now in favor of Felix Vogel. Eric Roberts coming out very strong today. 6-1 ahead of Boris Ivanovsky. BJ Usuri 3-2 ahead of Georgiev. Right to the break. Rack number 8. Fraser Patrick. Yeah, this is going to be very nice here. You know, it was very key where that brown 7 landed. Changes what you have to do on this 3-ball here. You know, it was much simpler. You just pocket the 3-ball in the top right corner and arrive on the pink 4, but going to have to maneuver the cue ball a bit here. Looks like he's going to play it to the side and try to bump the brown 7. And he's missed the 3. You know, in hindsight, I feel you could have played that to the top corner. Perhaps just rolled forward to play the 4 to the opposite side. But when you're at the table, you really just have to go with your instincts. Go with your gut. Yeah, Lucas Fricasso-Werner answers again, ties it up 3 games apiece with Felix Vogel. And again, if you want to see these live scores, you can see all of that via digital pool. And you just go to the tournaments tab and type in stocks, STOCS. And that'll be the first event that pops up. Just go to the live scores tab. You can see all of those matches as they progress. So first big mistake there from Guama Sanchez as Fraser Patrick makes an error. You know, that's really how these matches go at this level of play. It's just, you can kind of count the score by the number of errors from the 2 players. I'm trying to work this one into the bottom corner, draw back to the top rail. And he's not really going to get a lot of movement from the cue ball, so bank shot it is. We saw Fraser very comfortable with the bank shot. Made a couple yesterday, and as I'm looking at his cueing, he's playing defense here. And he's going to leave Guama an opportunity to shoot. Guama definitely one of the best movers in the game as far as the cue ball control and managing 2 balls, whether it be defense or what have you. Definitely a confident moving specialist. He's going to offer Fraser Patrick the bank shot opportunity. And the cross side is on. And you see Fraser indicating where he'd like the cue ball to arrive. He's just going to come around the back side of the 9-ball and have vision from the right side of the pool table. The cue ball will go forward 3 rails. Should arrive somewhere close to where he started. And he's definitely mishit that one. Misjudged. And Guama very much in control from here. And Gregorio Sanchez adds another one to his side. It's going to give him a 2-game lead, 5-3. Still far from over. Plenty of pool still to see here in our opening feature. Again, today we began with the final 16 in stage 2 of the event. And all players fighting for tournament life at this point. Really enjoyed the time here in Front Royal, Virginia. We're at On Cue. It's really a beautiful town and pool room. As the day progresses, I'm sure we'll see more waves of spectators coming through to see some of these talented players in their hometown. We've seen that on the first 2 days quite consistently. Guama rack 9. 1 ball down. I don't think he's missed the 1 ball even one time so far in this match, and he's going to get a nice look at the blue 2 ball. Again, as we say, consistency eliminates the competition, and Guama staying very consistent with that very important break shot. See Guama kind of drawing the table circle where he needs to arrive with the cue ball to see that red 3 to the bottom corner. Kind of assisting the viewers. Let them know what he's going for. You could tell right when Guama hit that ball, something was wrong. I'm not sure what was really the miscalculation there, but it didn't look like a clean connection on the cue ball. Not sure if that was a partial miscue or something similar, but definitely wasn't clean. You just see the connection on the cue ball wasn't normal. So Fraser Patrick going to be thrilled to get a look here. That was a big opportunity for Gregorio Sanchez to take a 6-3 lead, as this table is very open and available And he's got to be thinking about that right now. He's still in the lead, even with Frazier winning this game, but got to make sure that you tighten those things up. That's twice you didn't really make clean connection on the cue ball. I'd be maybe checking out my Q-tip and making sure everything's the way it needs to be. Get it all sorted. Miscalculation or human error, it's somewhat excusable, but equipment error, you need to make sure that you can make those adjustments and just get ahead of those things as they could be prevented. Pounds the 6 ball in, and this is really the last big shot here. Just needs to get himself something simple on the 8 ball. 2-rail shape. And this is just fine. Just going to come right across the center of the table. 9 to the bottom right. That should be it. Fraser Patrick puts another up. Nice battle here to start the day. Keeping things very tight between these two players. And again, racing to 11. Eric Roberts, 7-1 ahead of Boris Ivanovsky. And Lucas Fracassa-Werner pulls ahead 4-3 over Felix Vogel. Marco Tuscher still 4-0 now ahead of Nathan Childress, who has yet to win a game. Payne McBride, Hunter Lombardo now tied up. Payne McBride was down early on there. Was able to bring it back. I've gotten to see Payne McBride over the last year or so, and I'll tell you, he's very promising is the word I want to use. Whether his performance is strong or not, he makes those adjustments and always comes back a little better than the time before. He's not afraid to travel, not scared of any of the players. Had some big wins this weekend. Looks like Fraser Patrick using that air conditioning unit maybe to dry off his hand. Or perhaps he wants it to be turned off, or not really sure. Like he was trying to dry his hand. Yeah, lots of nice matches going on around the room. Eric Roberts arrives on the hill now, 8-1, ahead of Boris Ivanovsky. Eric Roberts, really another one of those up-and-coming top talents. Really promising. Tell you, Brandon Schuff and Max Eberle having a grind-out match. It's just 2-1 in favor of Brandon Schuff. Well, definitely a slower-paced match. As we've got matches with 9 or 10 games played, and they've only played 3. Perhaps the table not breaking as cleanly for them. As we continue on our feature here, Fraser Patrick in position, tie us up at 5 games apiece as we get closer to the halfway point. Simple stuff here for Fraser. It looks like we are going to get tied up. All right, even keel. We're just about halfway through this race to 11. Don't forget, you can get your pay-per-view pass and watch all of the matches. You don't have to stay on the feature here. You can get that via digital pool. And all you have to do is head over to that location right there. You can scan or screenshot that QR code, and that'll get you to the destination where you can purchase your pass, of course, via digital pool. And you can have your choice of match. We still have action all throughout the day for you. Of course, it does support the event. Right. This is rack number 11. And we're on even ground, 5-5. Here, Guam has really got that one ball down. Not going to get the greatest of looks on the 2 ball. But Guama has not missed that 1 ball yet. To be fair, Fraser Patrick breaking well is pretty even here. You might see Guama bank the 2. A double crossed right above the purple 5 and the brown 7. Try to drag the cue ball underneath the pink. He's going to take a look around and see what he likes. Don't think you want to shoot here. And he does that very nicely. Great execution. And you can see Fraser eyeing up the 2-rail kick. Now he's checking out what his 1-rail might look like. I mean, if you go with the 1-rail kick, you can make the ball. And he's going to go 2 rails behind it this way. It's a little bit bigger of a ball to hit. Not sure if he got the coverage. Well, I'm just going to take a look. Yeah, his body language is telling me that he's unsure of something. It does look like the shot is on. He's just double checking where his cue ball's going. All right, so he's not going to pocket the ball. John Lehman going to be standing closely. I'll tell you, all things considered, that was a great shot. Really managed the cue ball and the speed of the blue two very well there. Guama chalking 3 times more than the average player, as he's had a couple of quote-unquote miscues. Not really sure if it was an equipment error or miscalculation. And look at this. Guama Sanchez comes with an incredible jump shot. Great control with the cue ball as well. Really great stuff. Yeah, we've got ourselves a tight one here, folks. And just another update on some of our matches around the room. Eric Roberts pulls ahead of Eric Roberts 9-1. Got to remember we're in that race to 11 stage now. 9-1 over there for Eric Roberts currently. Lucas Fracasso Werner really in control now, 6-3 ahead. The young German Felix Vogel. Marco Tuscher still 0 score from Nathan Childress, 6-0 ahead for Marco. Oliver and Matt Clatterbuck 6-1 to Oliver currently. And Payne McBride now pulls ahead of Hunter Lombardo 4-3. Yeah, what a great group of matches going on right now. And tell you, if you're in the neighborhood of Front Royal, Virginia, you should be here. All the pool fans. And I've reminded everyone throughout the weekend, this coming Thursday, it's that man's birthday right there, Mr. John Lehman. Make sure you guys wish him a happy birthday. He's put in a ton of work for our pool community over the years, and we want to make sure he's acknowledged. A happy birthday, John. Or happy early birthday, I should say. As Fraser Patrick comes up. This is rack number 12. He's down 6-5. But again, we just passed the halfway point. Very nice break off here. Everything out in the open. Yeah, simple stuff here for Fraser Patrick. Everything kind of leads to the next. You know, a lot of times the players will take a minute just to kind of see which way they'd prefer to get around the table and which way they'd like to play the shots. And it's not really figuring it out. It's really just which do I like more? Which one gets me there better, simpler? You know, of course, the professional players really doing just what's needed, no more, no less. Fraser Patrick going to tie us up here. I mean, what a match we have. Neither player really making a ton of errors. Just very, very sharp play. And as I say, it never fails. He's going to underhit this one. Now that's the slick cloth. Kind of playing tricks on him there. He recovers well. So here we are, 6-6. All tied up. All right, here we go. Rack number 13. Guama looking to pull ahead once more. I don't recall Fraser Patrick having the lead at any point in this match so far. Guama's going to overhit that one just a touch. Just a touch. On the side, that 2-ball may still be available, but the kick is definitely on. You see Fraser looking for the kick and stick here. Now the trick to this one is really where it's coming from off of that top short rail. You see he wants to hit into it full. Avoid contacting that purple 5 and keep the cue ball right where it makes that contact. He's done pretty well with that. Doesn't want it to leak out. He's going to offer a similar type of shot to Guama. As you can see, there is an avenue between the pink 4 and the black 8 to get to that bottom cushion. I'm going to say Guama's is a bit more difficult. He's going to come a bit wider at the kick shot. But still the same idea here. To get into that 2-ball very full. Going to maintain the cue ball's position. Yeah, that was always going to be a difficult shot. Need just a bit more rotation on that ball, or possibly just a bit less speed. Have helped him out there. Of course, the slower pace increasing the ball's reaction off of that bottom rail. Would have got him a bit more of a full hit. Well, Guama won the race to 6 for the first half. But remember, we're racing to 11, so it's a race to 5 from here. And as we say time and time again, it's really never over till that final ball is struck. And for our second round match to begin in just about 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At least that's what we're scheduled for. About 90 minutes between matches. Not 90 minutes, 2.5 hours. Pardon, I didn't get enough coffee yet, nor enough sleep. But every 2.5 hours is what we're scheduled for. The first stage of the event had 2-hour match times. And we've bumped it up another 30 minutes for that extra couple of games, going from 9 to 11. And Fraser Patrick takes the lead for the first time, 7-6. And Guama just a short time ago had a 2-game lead. Now the tables have turned. As we look to get an update from previous matches going on here. Trying to give you all of the information. All right, Lucas Fricasso-Werner out ahead, 7-4. He's really gotten into punch there over Felix Vogel. Remember, he was trailing 3-1, now 7-4 ahead. And it looks like Eric Roberts has eliminated Boris Ivanovsky. Boris coming through undefeated yesterday and a really nice first 2 days. Beating out Yannick Pongers later in the event yesterday. Nice win there. It was a massive scoreline, too. I want to say Yannick didn't really get too many games. Boris had a great set, and Yannick the opposite. Yeah, it's a tricky position here. And one ball really not available from many locations on the table. Well, Fraser going to take a look around and see what's available. Really tough. Now, you can't give the open shot, but because it's so close to the pocket, I mean, either pushing to a kick, which you could make the one ball there, depending on where you push it to. But you can also push to a jump. Not sure the thought process here. See what he's actually left. Maybe bank the one out, cue ball behind the 8. Guama hesitating here. He says, go ahead. And we're going to see what Fraser was actually thinking here. Very, very quick on the execution of that one from Fraser Patrick. Gonna let Guama see the whole ball. In position open and available. Needs to get off this bottom rail just a bit. Though he arrives underneath it and less than ideal, I think he's just fine. And this is looking like just going to keep going back and forth, but Fraser Patrick still just took the lead for the first time there. Guam's going to tie it up again, but he's got the advantages. He's going to be breaking the next rack. So I believe he is. More than likely, I could be incorrect. So it's all tied up, 7-7. Hockey sticks, as some of you might say. And again, the legend in his own right, John Lehman. He is our on-site official. We see Nathan Childress in the background. He's over there battling Marco Tuscher, and it's 9-1. Nathan Childress just put his first point up. Marco putting a hurting on him over there. Hunter Lombardo now 6-4 ahead of Payne McBride. Max Eberle and Brandon Schuff having the most gritty match I've seen from the sidelines anyway. It's 3-2. 3-2. They've played 5 games. What a grind. All right, here we go to the break. Rack number 15. Doesn't look like the cleanest of layouts here. And the 2-ball, although very visible, not really available. Not really a ton of coverage up table, and we've got 6 balls down table, 2 balls up table. A lot of clicks and bumps off that break shot. Oklahoma going to take a minute, just assess the situation. Lucas Picasso Werner pulling ahead of Felix Vogel 8-5 now. Getting closer to that finish line. Oklahoma elects to just kind of bump that cluster, offer the shot to Fraser Patrick. Fraser Patrick looking for coverage over there. He does make it uncomfortable. Oklahoma's going to be jacked up over this 6-ball. It's kind of the same as an eraser or flat tire. Can't really do all the same maneuvers and lose some of that control. Tell you, he's got the bank shot available. Me tied up here. Don't want to really relinquish control, but I like him to shoot this. He could have had very similar positioning here on the red 3, but 2-ball eliminated from the equation. So they're going to play a little cat and mouse here. The cue ball and the blue 2. Guama narrowly missing that 2. This is the big exchange right now. And sure how he feels about it, but I feel like you have to try to get on the back side of the red 3 ball and play it into that cluster. And trying to manage those. Trying to shoot at that pink 4 outright. Going to be really difficult. So it looks like he's come up with something here. Going to manage this cue ball well. It's very close. That 2 ball. He's done well. See him eyeing up what we were suggesting. Got to manage both balls here. He's not even swinging. Not really sure what his thought process is here. And I'm sure he has a plan, just not sure what it is. Yeah, that was a massive mistake there from Guama. Didn't really manage the cue ball coming off the rail. He wanted to come a lot lower into the red 3, send it up table, keep the cue ball down low, and he did exactly the opposite. Now, Fraser Patrick has the go-ahead to attack that cluster. 4 ball very likely to fall here. And things are still a little bit funny. Bank shot available. He's not going to shoot that. This position is pretty tough, so likely just going to bank it to the bottom rail and go up table just like that. As we mentioned, Gregorio Sanchez, very familiar with the rails and the moving aspect of the game, and definitely an expert in that zone. So these types of situations, very familiar to the Venezuelan. He's very clean contact there. He's going to leave the ball available. Fraser going to kind of assess what his options are here. I mean, he can make the ball, but position is a bit spotty. He needs to cross the table. You might see him play more defense here. And he can shoot the ball in, though. He wasn't really comfortable with the position from the 4 to the 5. Guama going to come out with the jump cue. And I feel like he's going to jump bank this at the green 6. But judging by his body language and what he's indicated with his cue stick there, he might be cutting this. I'm going to find out exactly what he's thinking in just a moment. Yeah, that was not the result he was hoping for. Yeah, Fraser Patrick coming out on top of that exchange. I think Guama could have put in a bit more effort into that exchange. Now it's kind of hoping we'd see some of his specialty moves. But of course, in that type of back and forth, very trivial. All right, it's official. Marco Tuscher eliminates Nathan Childress. 11 games to 2. Brandon Schuff, Max Eberle tied up 4 games apiece. A lot of hesitation there. Not sure what was kind of bugging him there. He nails it. 8-7. He still remains in that advantageous position. We've had 15 games pass, and as we edge closer to the conclusion here, we've got a similar scoreline with Lucas Fracasso-Werner and Felix Vogel, 8-7 there in favor of the Connecticut kid, Lucas. BJ Ussery trailing 7-4 with Georgie. Payne McBride down 7-5 with Hunter Lombardo. Oliver Olnoki 10-2 ahead of Matt Clatterbuck. Brandon Schuff, Max Eberle still tied up 4 apiece. All right, here we go. Rack number 16. Fraser Patrick ahead, 8-7. All right, he finds success. 2 balls down. And now the blue 2 ball obstructed by the 7. You see Fraser indicating where he may push out to. Kind of just going over his options here. He's made his decision. I mean, there's 100% chance he gets this back. I can't see Guama shooting here. I mean, even if he's got an edge here, this is super low percentage. I'm not sure. Fraser just mishit his push out, or he's got something up his sleeve that we don't know about. Maybe he's left just the edge. He's going to try to thin it, come around the rails. The shot is on, but side pocket in play. Oh, that was such a risky shot. I guess all things considered, when your back's against the wall, you have to do what you have to do. All right, 2 ball is available. You might see Guama bank this one 2 rails between the black 8 and the red 3. Keep the cue ball over near that purple 5. He looks like he's a shooter in this situation right now. Cue ball needs to slow down, and it does right at the buzzer. The shot actually looked a bit more difficult. It truly is. Well, I'm not really thrilled with his angle here. Though it's still going to work for him. It's just not ideal. And he's going to come short. Or perhaps not. Very deceiving sometimes. Let me see the camera view. Literally right on the edge here. One more big shot here. What a great shot. Guama ties us up 8-8. And literally At the exact same moment, Lucas Fracasso-Werner and Felix Vogel tied themselves up 8 games apiece. I'll tell you, if you had that pay-per-view pass, I'd be watching that one too. What a match that must be. Hunter Lombardo still leading Payne McBride, 8-5 over there. And BJ Ussery and Georgie 7-5. BJ trailing there. Max Eberle and Brandon Schuff still grinding it out. 5 games to 4 in favor of Max Eberle now. So just 5 matches still going on. And it looks like it's Eric Roberts who will face the winner from our feature table here. Big break there from Guama. And it seems like he's made a great adjustment there, as he's got a very open and available 2-ball and the remaining table. And he's going to come out with fairly decent angle here. Needs to make sure that the cue ball's heading towards that pink 4, and it looks like it is. Doesn't need a ton of movement. He needs to have his cue ball heading in that direction. And he's done well. Just shy of the mark here. You know, the cue ball's heading down table. Oh, that really changes the simplicity of this run out. You know, literally just a half a rotation and he wouldn't have to move the cue ball. Yeah, he didn't want to have to play it in the side like this. And he's going to have to accept it. 7 ball's going to hamper his cueing just a touch. And he's going to recover very easily, if you can even call it a recovery. Wasn't really in trouble, but he had to make a little adjustment there. Plan changed. So Guama back in the positive side of this one. Again, the winner of this match will face Eric Roberts, who just had a great opening match there against Boris Ivanovsky. And that was 11 games to 2. Marco Tuscher eliminating Nathan Childress with the same scoreline. Felix Vogel and Lucas Fricasso-Werner still tied up 8 games apiece. They're having themselves a barn burner over there. Max Eberle, Brandon Schuff tied up 5 games apiece. Very different pace over there, and what a grind. Fraser Patrick's missed the 1 ball, but he has pocketed a ball. Looks like it's the green 6 ball off the table. But also the 2 and the 3 sitting very close to each other. Looks like the combination is on, but position may be tricky. Could try to maybe navigate behind that purple 5. You got to get the cue ball between the pink and the 9. Just going to drag this one through. Very nice. Exactly what he was anticipating and hoping for. It looks like the 2 ball may have a slight angle towards that left long rail. He's got to manage that. No, I had it a little bit fuller than I considered. I'll tell you, missing the 1 ball on the break and all that tricky positioning right off the rip. I think that Fraser Patrick has done really well with this one. Felix Vogel pulls ahead 9-8 over Lucas Fricasso-Werner. Yeah, I said this at the start of the match, but, Guama playing very strong, Mr. Gregorio Sanchez, and did say that Fraser Patrick was one of the most, if not the most consistent player I've seen on this particular featured table. And I want to say he hasn't let us down. You kind of know exactly what you're getting. He delivers once more, tied up. Race to 2 from here, as we are all tied up, 9 games apiece. And we do have one match. We are considered here, Marco Tuscher and Oliver Solnocki. And they're both through to the final 8. It looks like Mr. Patrick has taken a quick minute. He has left the table side area. So we're going to take a quick word from the sponsors. Be right back. All right, the players have returned, and you saw that graphic there. Legendary, the Freezer, Scott Frost, will be joining me in just a little bit on the broadcast, so really looking forward to working with the Freezer once more. Give us that expert analysis of his. And as Gregorio Sanchez takes on rack 19. Got a race to 2 from this point in the match. And I just want you to take note of the cue ball's path across the front side of that Taum Max rack. No change in the path of the ball. Very, very key to note that. You know, the players really liking those Max racks and really do just work, so I was going to make sure to share that positivity. And Guama. Good look at the 2 ball here. Very likely to play the combination. And he is eyeing that up here. Something he doesn't like about it. I'm not sure what it is. The cue ball maybe. 2-ball's going to go a little bit too far to the right side of the table. He probably doesn't like that too much. You know, he feels like he might end up with an awkward shot on the 2. Yeah, he made that work. Tell you what, just looking in really nice shape here. And this would put Guama on the hill. Got to be careful with that green 6. Things can get funny. Don't want to hit it. He's done well with that. One more strong positional shot, and he's going to have the go-ahead to finish this one up. He's going to take a look at the line of the 6 to the pocket, just to be certain. So I want to get close to this rail, though. He's still okay. He's still got the base of the cue ball to work with. I don't believe he can stay on the far side of the table here, meaning the right side. Yeah, he's not going to do that. He's going to cross the table here. Yeah, I don't really like the way he shot that one. I was expecting them to come across, back down table just a touch. Just dig a little bit more. He's really just playing the speed back and forth, but misjudged that. But massive shot here. Test is hard here. Just a touch. Wipes its feet, but it falls. What a great finish there. Gregorio Sanchez, a.k.a. Guama. 10-9 now. He's on the hill. Yeah, so as I'm looking at some of these other matches, not really sure what's going on here. I see one of our matches, scoreline not finished yet, but it's saying that it's completed. Gonna have to double check that one. That's the BJ Usuri match. All right, big break here. This is literally tournament life and chance to stand in the winner's circle. Fraser Patrick finds success, but results still to be determined. I'll tell you, this is definitely pressure for Fraser Patrick as he rounds the table. And he knows exactly what type of positioning he's in. There's pure execution here. In this rack, in this situation, recipe for a double hill rack in that 21st game. Let's say, I mean, neither player really making a ton of errors here. They both really just come through, and I'm going to say Guama's made some really nice shots under pressure, especially that previous 9-ball. Just need to slide this one up. I believe he's going to stay on the right side of the table. Needs to get comfortable here. Although it's a simple shot, you don't want to have anything funny. It's such a critical shot. And he buries it. All right, folks. We asked for it. We've got it. 21st game. We are double hill. You see the fist bump. Frazier to Guama. Guama preparing to deliver the final breakoff in this matchup. Let's see how this goes. And Guama definitely disappointed here. Not going to get a look at that blue 2-ball. So you can't just get down and shoot him out. You're going to have to make an adjustment mentally and just accept that that's what we need to do here. I mean, really just, I mean, unless he's going to push to a jump of some kind, you really just play the kick and stick. It's really the shot screaming out here. And, I mean, you really don't want Fraser Patrick to come to the table if you don't have him in a really tough spot. I feel like you just got to, you know, put your heart into it and kick that 2-ball up table. You know, it's not terribly difficult for a player of Guama's status, but tell you what, he's gonna offer it. I mean, he does make it a bit trickier, putting the cue ball against the rail. Guama just looking to get out of the way and hide somewhere. And he says, "Go ahead, sir. Show me what you're thinking." I tell you, it looks like he might have left him an edge of this. He's going to play the kick shot, but, the angle from the overhead, it looks like there is paint. Well, perhaps not. I think Guama's done very well with that. Although on the overhead, it does look like there's just a sliver of the two. Yeah, it does look like the case. Fraser Patrick looking like he's going to try to find coverage behind the black 8-ball with the cue. Slight elevation, so that tells me he might have to go around the edge. One of these obstructing balls. A little bit of good fortune there, but he did play the shot well. And Guama gonna really bear down. Figure this one out. I mean, this is really everything on the line here. We're tied up 10 games apiece. He needed to make contact on the 8-ball on the way up the table, not the way down. Yes, this ball is available now for Fraser Patrick. Now, there's a lot of distance here, but be comfortable with this. It's really about getting position on the red 3 to follow this one. What a fine execution. And Fraser Patrick now very much in the driver's seat. And Guama not going to be happy about the situation currently, as everything is right out in the open. It's Fraser Patrick's match to win or lose. Going to double and triple check everything. He's left this one nicely. Don't know if he can drag this out one rail, but alternatively, just go forward 2 rails towards the green 6. Bit of emotions from Fraser Patrick, as he knows that might have just sealed the deal. Looks like it is going to. Great match from both players. And Guama Sanchez putting up a heck of a fight, but it is Fraser Patrick coming through 11-10. What a match. All right, we are going to have another one coming up for you in just a little bit. And if my calculations are correct, I'm going to be joined by the Freezer Scott Frost. But, of course, still waiting for some of these matches to conclude. We know who we're going to get. So please stay tuned for our next one. For now, go visit some of our sponsors. We'll be back. All right, folks, welcome back. We have another great match for you in just a moment. But before we get into that, we're going to head out to Mr. Madison Ortiz, who's standing by with one of our top 16 players, Payne McBride. Going to see what he's got to say.
Madison Ortiz here live for Do or Die Day 3 at the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. Man, they are peeling off faster than you can imagine. It's been some surprises and some upsets. I'm here with one of our young guns in America. You know him. His name is Payne McBride. He has a great showing. He made it to the last 16. Unfortunately, he fell a little short against Hunter Lombardo. 11-7 was the end of that quest. Hunter jumped out 3-0. Payne tied it up 5-5. I'm going to pass the mic and let him tell you what happened after 5-5.
So after 5-5, I started to lose the break a little bit, but I got it to 8-7, right? I would say he led the whole match. But from there, he just ran the set. He ran out on me. I lost 11-7, but I would say I have a good showing.
Absolutely had a good showing. You beat some significant names like Felix Vogel, Jeremy Sosi. What do you think was the difference in those two matches that you didn't overcome for the last Hunter Lombardo one?
I would say for me, it's tough to play 3 great days in a row. I've been working on playing just 2 great days in a row. So I did that this tournament, which is a good win for me. But to win an event like this, the quality of play has to be so high. I broke perfect against Felix. I'd say I broke great against Sosi, and I didn't break as well against Hunter, so that might have cost me the set. Also made a couple mistakes I didn't make against those other 2 guys.
Great explanation. What do you think about the new Royal Apex cloth from CPBA? How do you like the cloth?
I love it. I think it fits my game. For me, it's a little slippier. It's a little slippery, more slippery than any other cloth. Like, you know, we used to use Simonis, right, Matchroom? I would say it's more slippery than that, but it plays faster too. I love it, to be honest.
Excellent, excellent. What's next for young Payne?
Next for me is the Florida Open, Orlando.
Excellent. Well, more firepower there. I'm going to ship it back to Scott Frost and Mike DeMarco. We'll see you soon.
All right, thank you very much, Madison, and congratulations, Payne. Great finish there for that young up-and-comer, and we're looking forward to seeing you over at the Florida Open. And for now, we're going to go to our match table. It looks like these players are still warming up just a bit. We got Marco Tuscher and Oliver Snolnowski. Struggling with this name here. But I am Mike DeMarco from Ship to Cash, and joining me is going to be the freezer, Scott Frost. Scott, how you doing today?
Mike, how are you? Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much to our guests who are tuned in. They need to share it.
Yeah, hit that share button. Of course. So, Scott, we've got 2 800-plus players here, combined Fargo rating of 1,600-plus. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't call this one. It doesn't get any closer than this. I'm sure you're very familiar with these two. What can you tell us about what we're about to see?
Oliver Shanolki is really actually, I don't know, in my opinion, just a slight favorite here. I could be wrong, but his background is very solid. He was the 2024 Player of the Year on the UR Tour, and he's just real seasoned now. That being said, Marco Teucher just continues to rise. So I don't know. I think, like you said just now, their Fargos are so close. You just really can't pick a winner.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, and I've seen these players as they've torn through this field, and ironically, I believe they met up in the qualification round yesterday, and here they meet again. So I'm going to see who comes out on top. Of course, we're racing to 11 today, and we've stuck with the alternate break format. So 11's all the way through to the final, and then final race to 13 for whoever makes it that final match. And we've had a lovely day to start today, Scott. Lucas Fracasso-Werner over Felix Vogel. That was a tight match there. And, of course, Payne McBride falling to Hunter Lombardo. Just heard from him about that. Gregorio Sanchez, 11-10. He's lost to Fraser Patrick. And Eric Roberts also through. So lots of players showing us that they've got what it takes to make that final match. But for now, we're going to head on over to the match table and see what Oliver's got for us in rack number 1.
Yeah, we're going to get our first good look at Sholnaki's break here. Okay, this is something that Mike and I talked about, but the golden break, the 9, that's the first one we've covered, Mike.
Yeah, that's incredible. Missing the 1 ball, but the 9 ball finds a home in the bottom corner. What a way to start the match.
Yeah, I'll take that break any day of the week.
I mean, whenever you can win in 1 shot, got to accept those odds. But, I mean, what a way to start it. So, Marco going to have to just fade that and kind of just take his lashes and see if he can come with something similar. Of course, more than likely going to have to take the long route and shoot the balls out in its entirety. But what a way to start there from Oliver. So Marco had a few to hit balls on this table prior to the match, so I'm sure he's acquainted with the equipment by now. And it looks like he's set to go.
Yeah, now we're going to get a look at Marco Teucher's first break, and that's, I'll tell you what, the 9 getting a lot of movement already. What a great spread. Take a look at this spread. Once again, I wouldn't mind this about 10 years ago. Right now, I would definitely mind it, but I mean, this is real sweet. He just wants to get closer to the 3, right? He'd like to get as close as possible. Just don't want to lose the cue ball in that process. Anywhere on the left side, you're safe. The pink 4 following the 3 is down here on our right side. So I'd expect a big pound here, just kind of like a punch up. You can cheat the pocket just a bit. That creates a bigger angle for the cue ball, meaning you want to play it to the top side of the pocket. And the elite players are constantly playing pocket percentage. It looks like he's going to just go forward here. Wow, I'm a little surprised. I thought he would pound up and create a big angle. Not that he's in trouble. Just a little interesting. I didn't expect him to play it like this. Maybe giving the table a little bit more respect than necessary, right? You can cheat that pocket pretty much on any table when you're pounding it, because when the cue ball makes contact with the object ball, it's going to turn it quite a bit downward with that center ball punch. Yeah, he's got to steer clear of the purple 5. No, very clean. Should be home free, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a nice opener here. Gonna fade the 9 ball here. Doesn't want to go into it, but yeah, I'd say definitely take this one. And of course, Oliver had a simpler way to get that first point up, but Marco definitely the favorite to get a point here as well.
And there's that little bit quicker bed than I think the outside tables play, but that's common on the main table. There's no issue here. 1 rail over and out.
Now Marco seems like he's very prepared. You know, he's been really just hitting balls between matches and even a bit before the event. Can say the same for Oliver, so both players, you know, taking this event seriously and putting their best foot forward. Well, I'd expect to see high level of performance from both of these gentlemen. Remember, we're in our final 16, and now we're down to our final 8 at this point. So single elimination from here, all races to 11, but single elimination, so all players fighting to move forward or get sent home. As Marco finishes this one here, arrives very safely on the 9. And he looks like he's home free. So very nice start to this one. Really haven't gotten to see Oliver hit the balls. He did miss the 1 ball on the break, though, so Going to be curious if he can rectify that. That 9 ball isn't going to fall every time for him. So really got to tighten that up and make that adjustment. But smooth sailing for Marco as he puts a point up and ties us 1 game apiece. Yeah, the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial here at On-Q in Front Royal, Virginia. Really started with a great group of players and a lot of the young guns showing themselves very clearly at this event. And we just heard from young Payne McBride and other notables, Eric Roberts, moving forward into the Final 8 along with Lucas Fracasso-Werner. He took out another one of the young guns, Felix Vogel. So the youth really showing some strength. And right now we get to see if Oliver can make that 1 ball fall.
Yeah, I'd like to get the timing down to where he can bury the 1. It's like he switched sides. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like he switched sides. Yeah, he's short again. Seems like when they're breaking to this side, our right side, his left side of the table, that 1's coming quite a bit shorter. Now the 9 did not get any movement this time. Did get a ball down. Still such a young guy. Born in 97. From Veszprém, Hungary. Another fairly tall, lanky player, and you'll notice all the Europeans seem to be in good condition. Built like pool players, golfers. Looking to maybe get to the left side of the table here with just a extreme outside ball, unless he thinks he can tuck it with an inside 2 rails. Boy, it sure seems tough to get to where the cue ball is now, though. So let's see how he plans this. Just 1 rail down, maybe. Don't know if the 2 passes the 5. I don't believe it does, and he's acting like it might. He's got a little work to do here for sure. Oh, he's done real good to split the wicket there between the 6 and 3. Does the 2 pass? It must. I don't believe he would go here unless it did. Well, it sure doesn't look like it, but maybe it does. It really just doesn't look like it passes to me, but I don't know. Okay, he's looking at the carom. No, he's looking at just 2 railing this ball out, I believe. Marco, been around quite a long time, still a young guy, born in 92, Dutch player. Really nice guy. Big value here if you can bury it. If he misses it, I expect it to be the overcut. Meaning to the right long rail. These 2 guys are guaranteed 1,800, 9,000 up top, 6,000 for second, third and fourth, 3,600. Guaranteed 18 right now. Winner of this match will advance. Obviously, like Mike just touched on, race to 11, single elimination. The finals will be a race to 13, 3,600 to the one that advances here. Going to the air, Mike.
Yeah, looks like he's comfortable here, but got to stay very close to this one, and he's going to hang it up in the pocket. And we saw that a bit yesterday, especially in that final match there with Tyler Steyer, falling to Matt Clatterbuck. And we saw that these pockets, although they're accepting, they can be deceivingly tight in situations like that with the power going into the pocket. So going to be controlled back to Oliver.
Yeah, and it was the overcut into the right knuckle. Now watch out here. Did he overrun it? A little below it. I think he's fine. Don't think the traffic's a problem here at the 6 or the 7. Can he stay below the 6? I believe so. Yeah, he doesn't like it. Came a little lower than he wanted. Can he come into the back of the 6 and still get a shot, like on the bottom half of it? It's going to be close. Just use the long rail. I don't mind that decision. He ensures a cut shot that way. I think this is going to be real good. From where he was, that's a pretty smart decision. Mike, if you don't mind me asking, I haven't been in the loop. Who ended up beating Mr. Clatterbuck?
So it was this gentleman right here, Oliver Solnowski.
Okay.
Yeah, Oliver took
You
him
know
out
that score?
11-2 was the final
Okay.
score there in the previous round. A bit of a thrashing.
Thank you for that. Coming inside the 6 there. Looks pretty dialed in. The cue ball's been real sweet, other than the overdraw, which is what we see on this table. Mike touched on it yesterday. A slight overdraw, or when you're hitting it easier, for some reason it just continues to go, but that's common on new cloth. This is the CPBA cloth.
Yeah, Oliver looks to be very comfortable here. As Scott said, cue ball's been right on point, aside from that soft overdraw there. Time and time again, we're hearing the players exclaim that they're very happy with this CPBA cloth, and they really like how slick it stays, and really just the playability. And really nice to hear the positive feedback from the players. As Oliver looks to go ahead 2-1 here. Again, very tight matchup, both world-class players, and says everything that's needed to see a very tight match. But again, Oliver, with this break shot, hasn't been able to make the 1 ball just yet. He had the golden break to start, 9 ball falling in the bottom corner, but got to tighten that up if he's looking to make his way all the way through to the end. And again, we started our day today. This is day 3. Started with the final 16 players. And we are down to the final 8 now. See these 2 gentlemen through. Also, Max Eberle taking on Hunter Lombardo. We have Lucas Fracasso-Werner taking on Georgi Georgiev. And Fraser Patrick playing Eric Roberts. A notable win for Eric over Boris Ivanovsky, 11-2 in the opening round today. So another young player shooting very strong. And for now, it's Marco to the break.
Yeah, pretty good result there. He's got a good look at the 2. It does play to the corner or the side, either one of them. Obviously, there's a couple of defensive options as well, a couple of real good ones. You've got the wall with the 4-9, the 6. You could chip the 2 past the 3-5. It is thin to the side, but the payoff is there. I believe the 3 passes the 5. That's what he's looking at now. It's all about if the 3 passes the 5. I believe it does. It might be tight. You know, at this level, they don't want to give the table back. Nice strike. It's going to be over a little work here with the bridge. That changes everything. The 5 becomes a bigger ball now if you're forced to go forward. Could just stay long, and that's what he's looking at now. So much of this game is player preference and what you're comfortable with. Both of these guys have had probably 90% of their seasoning on the Euro Tour. You talk about a tour that is triple tough. I like it. Really like the decision. He's smart enough to understand you don't have to move that cue ball all over the table to make it happen. Just come with one more long shot and you're home free. And I don't feel like the long ball is a weakness of his by any means. A lot of players might just pound this and come around 4 rails. I don't know that he does this. I think you can drag it with kind of like an outside ball and just stay on the middle part of the table here. 2 rails. Okay, he chose to come around. I believe he's going to get there. But I was a little concerned because on the fresh cloth, it's hard to get it to move once it makes contact with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rail. Just because the cloth is fresher, it's not gonna hop as much as you would think. It's gonna kind of slide. So one thin snip to the upper left. In his mind right now, he's playing to overcut this ball. Just a tick to the inside of the pocket or the pro side on the short rail. And that way, if you hit it a little bad, it'll take. Well done. Looks to be home free.
Yeah, Marco made a nice shot there to arrive on this green 6. Should be fine here. I'll tell you, both of these players really looking sharp. Not taking anything for granted, as don't want to be sent home early. It's a little funny here. I think he's just going to pocket this to the side. Not a lot of cue ball movement here. And looks like Marco Teutcher going to tie us up once again. But again, Oliver Zolnocki still going to have that advantage, as he will be the breaker in rack number 5. Although we see some strong play from both, it's usually the storyline where minimal errors staying in that position. You can almost count the score with the number of errors per player. So far, very low count of errors, so We go one game apiece as we climb the ladder to 11. And again, both players staying very solid, very consistent. And we talked about what could be. And the winner of this match will play the winner from Max Eberly and Hunter Lombardo. And Hunter's currently leading that one 2-1 over Max Eberly. And we've got tie games on the other side of the bracket. All of those players 2 games apiece. So, Oliver Zolnocki to the break now. Let's see if he has made that adjustment to make that one square in the side. It is his intention. Let's see if he can get it down.
Notice the time and attention he takes to the break shot. I'm not going to give you examples of the opposite, but I just want you to understand how important these guys take the break shot and how hard they key into where they need to be and how the timing all comes together. And look at the result. Very natural to the 4. One big shot here. It's a little tentative, right? Because he wants to stay as close as possible to the 4, but yet again, he doesn't want to roll it at the pace where something can go wrong. So the transition needs to be smooth, right? The back arm doesn't want to get tight here. But other than that, I think he is in real good condition. And he actually put some right spin on it to hit it a little firmer. Let it kind of kill off that second rail. Well done. Yeah, you really can't get any closer, can you, Mike, with these Fargos?
Yeah, that was something I've commented on earlier. It's just a 2-point gap, and, although the ratings can be somewhat of just a distraction at times, you'd have to look at the numbers and say, hey, if they're performing that well and that close, well, this is going to be a barn burner of a match.
Yeah, I think he just draws one rail over here, unless he feels free to go forward below the 8 and up. Both options are fine. I don't even mind the 2 rail option, just leveling out. Sometimes easier to make the ball to draw it over 1 rail. He was a little thinner than I expected. He's fine.
Looks like Oliver is home free here. He arrives very nicely in these final 3. And as we mentioned, if both players make 0 errors, Oliver would win by 1 game, as he's still in that advantageous position. Getting our first break, and what a first break it was, dropping the 9. But flawless play from both of these gentlemen thus far. The crowd going to appreciate that one. Very nice performance. Oliver Zolnocki really showing us that he's here to go to the end. And Marco Teuscher really just taking it in strides as he usually would. I mean, these traveling professionals, very comfortable in this type of situation, and kind of just another day at the office, if you will. break the balls, run them out, get paid. And it is going to be Marco to the break here. And of course, looking to maintain that consistency here. As we know, the break shot, such a critical part of this lovely game. And going to see if he can do that right here. Looking for the one to the left side.
He got into those quite a bit firmer. Notice the 6 and 7 tied up, excuse me, the 4 and 6. I mean, I don't know if he takes this on, but I don't know why not. It's going to carry a position unless he's too far below the 2. I don't believe it is. I mean, you've got to take this on. There's just no question here. Side pocket plays pretty wide open. And there's no better way to get on the 4. Even if you have to take the steep to the lower left, it's fine. You just don't need to punch the cue ball. Just take the cut. You'll be fine. You just don't want to overpound this, right? That's where it will shorten up on you. Just stay nice and smooth. Well done. It's a little steeper than you'd liked, but this plays real nice to the corner. You can afford to get on the 6 somewhere center table once it gets to the 5. Meaning you don't have to track all the way down table. It all depends on where he finishes here. I do not foresee a miss in this position. You can really afford to kind of be anywhere. You could be inside the 7 ball. You could be on the top rail. Yeah, really down. Well done. He can come out towards the middle or suck all the way down the left side of the table here. He's kind of in between now. He'd like to have gotten another rotation or 2 out of the cue ball. Yeah, this tells us that he's just looking to suck down the left side of the table, maybe let the rail do the work here. Evaluating. This is what we notice, though, when we pay real close attention to, and I would call them an elite player. You know, there's great players, there's pro players, then there's elite players, and they move the cue ball a lot less than and I hate using these numbers. I don't feel like your Fargo defines you by any means. But some people get into it too much. But I feel like a 700 or a 720 Fargo or a 750 Fargo versus an 800 plus, you're going to notice a big difference in the cue ball movement. These guys keep it as limited as possible.
Yeah, great point, Scott. And we brought that up a bit yesterday where, you know, the world-class professionals, the top of the top, usually just doing just what's needed, no more, no less. And it looks like we're seeing just that from these two. As Marco rounds out these final 3 to tie us up once again. And, you know, Marco's really just got to look for Oliver to make an error somewhere on his break. Got to swing the tides and put himself in that positive spot. But, again, neither player really making many errors here. So, could be an alternate break race to the 21st game. we go the distance.
Yeah, and so far it's just perfect pool, Mike. And I think I was kind of alluding to you in a private text, and Brandon Schuff. You guys have done a great job organizing and running this event, and I've been wanting to say that. But I was alluding to you maybe go to a winter break in the final 16. I don't know that would have been a good idea at this point because these guys, well, they're playing absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I've had mixed feelings about that. And, normally I just say, hey, go to the winter break. Let's see some packages and let's see some momentum behind these players. And, hearing the feedback from the field, they say, on the bigger pockets, and I mean, larger than 4 inches, 4 1/4. They said that the alternate break is really a key to that, and they did like that factor. But on the tighter equipment, they would prefer the winter break. And I'm curious, if that's an across the board or just a handful of the players that we've heard from up here at On Cue. But Scott, I'm curious to hear your feelings on that idea. The alternate break with the bigger pockets versus the tighter pockets and winter break.
Yeah, that's why initially I do agree. I think on a little bit more comfortable pocket, I believe that the alternate break, especially at this level, is pretty important. And that's the whole reason, once again, that I think the 9 was important to be racked on the spot. Although, yes, they're making the 1 every time almost. It's hard to always get a shot on that 2 that's random racked. So I think there's a lot of things that go into it. But the more forgiving pocket, I think alternate break at this level is no question. Obviously, I think we see that, right? Because these guys are just playing perfect so far.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if this was a winter break format, if Oliver Zolnocki and his golden break to start, if he'd still be at the table about to break his 7th rack. But again, can't say anything until that final ball is struck. So seems to be okay here. He does make the 1 fall.
Yeah, this might be one of the first times. I mean, I still think he considers taking this on to the corner. The 9 might actually help him if he makes contact. I think he can definitely avoid the 9 with a check ball, meaning kind of like a low right. It'll check to there unless he is concerned about contact with the 8. Now the pink 4 is next, nearest the cue ball. Red 3 is first by the 9. So the decision here, you want to keep the pedal to the metal or do you want to play your percentages? There are some safety options, obviously. There's always safety options when it's after the break shot. Yeah, and once again, I'm a big fan. I think Mike knows that. I'm a big fan. Federgorst probably the best in the business at playing the percentages. He could have something almost dead straight in, dead perfect. But if he knows he can't win the game from that, he's going to play the numbers and just lock your man up. Take your chances, right? If they kick it in, they kick it in. But in the long run, this is the percentages, and it's the right play, especially for himself if he doesn't feel great at pocketing the 3. And I like the decision.
I think with the close score line here, Scott, I have to agree with Oliver's decision there. Doesn't really need to make anything happen. Just needs to stay in control, and I think he's done well with this defense. So now it's Marco Teuscher on the attack and try to come up with something here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a chance of making this. Yeah, he hit it, really. That's all he could ask for. Obviously, we see the 5 and 6. That's pretty automatic to just tuck behind there, but he's quite aware that if he just sends the 3 up a little bit, that the kick is going to be very easy. So let's see if he tries to do a little bit more. Maybe catch it a bit full or send it up kind of towards the 9, a little firmer, or even past it. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit more, in my opinion. You get it that close to the 9. Now the top side of the 3 is not available. Is he taking a look at the 3-9 to the lower left corner? I don't believe it's on. Yeah, notice him coming this way. That gives him more of the top half of the 3 if it's a miss hit. I think he likes what happens to the cue ball from this side a little bit more with where the 5 and 6 are. And this is why you don't really want to come out of the gate playing safe, right? These innings can go back and forth and you can end up losing control. I didn't expect him to hit it at that speed, but look here. They call it a fluke in Europe. I say he might have got a little lucky, I guess, but he made a good hit, and they say it pays to hit him.
Yeah, they say fortune favors the bold, and came with something there, and maybe perhaps a bit of payback for that initial 9 on the break. And no, Marco saw something, went with it. But definitely getting the better end of it. So opportunity to take advantage now.
Yeah, you just don't want to end up over the 9. I think he's got so much room, he's not too concerned about that. Yeah, kind of funny, a little flat. Liked about 3 or 4 more rotations out of that for sure. You can go forward. It's not something you want to hit with a ton of speed, though, because the cue ball, once again, it will arc. Can come back as well, but you're going to probably end up a little steeper than you'd like on the 5, and the problem with that is where the 7 is and the 6. So I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't go forward here. Yeah, maybe punching. I guess he's got a little more angle. The overhead tells us he's got a little more angle. Okay, I think forward was the move. I'm sure he does too. Did catch that a bit full. I think that's one of the reasons he didn't get enough out of the cue ball. So that's our first real mistake, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say that was really the first big open error from either player here, and looks like Marco's going to have to come with something spectacular here to keep Oliver in the chair, just to stay in control. I'll tell you what, he's done really well here, Scott. What a play.
Yeah, my goodness. That is not very friendly. I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. My. I mean, he has absolutely glued him to the brown. What a great hit. How good is he feeling? Can he get to the top rail? It sure does not look like it here. We'll probably get the overhead. Maybe he can. It doesn't even look like it there. He looks absolutely sewed up. All right. Looking to come 3 behind it, I assume, or 2 in front of it. I think 2 in front of it might be better. You could cross the 5 over towards the back of the 7. Maybe get a little lucky behind the 6 and 9. Yeah, it was a good effort. He was welded.
Well, looks like Marco Teuscher is going to have an open go at this, and can't help but think that Oliver is kind of second-guessing his defense decision as he opted to not shoot at the 3 ball. It was somewhat of a difficult cut shot earlier, but the result is looking like it was the incorrect decision at the time. They say hindsight is 20/20, and looks like Marco's going to have a go at this here. And this is really the tough one here, Scott.
Yeah, it's a good point that you're touching on the 3. I don't know that he ever changes anything, right? I think in the long run he probably wins from that position playing that safety. But like you said, hindsight 20/20, anything can happen. Credit to Deutscher, he made a couple of great kicks and had to work his way out of it. So I don't think the decision was wrong, and I know you don't either. But he might be regretting not taking it on.
Yeah, Marco's going to fall nicely on the green 6 here. And not really much to figure out at this point. Really just pure execution from here out. Yeah, Oliver played the percentages there, and the percentages weren't in his favor in this case. But that's why they are the percentages. They work out most of the time, but not necessarily all of the time. And Teuscher going to have a very routine 9 ball to finish this one up. Bring us ahead 4-3. And now Teuscher has the advantage. So he has broken serve. And remember, the winner from this match here will go on to play either Hunter Lombardo or Max Eberle. And they're currently 4-3 in favor of Hunter Lombardo currently. And we've also got a tie game. Georgie and Lucas, 3 games each. Eric Roberts and Fraser Patrick. Patrick leads that one 5-4. So very tight matchups all around the room. And as we mentioned, Cream usually rising to the top, and what a group we have. Final 8 players. And our semifinal match will be coming up after this. And we're going to step on over to the other side of the bracket for that next matchup. And really curious who's going to make it through there. Those matches are so tight, and all the players so talented, and really just showing no flaws. So, curious we're going to see arrive in that final 2. As Teuscher comes to the break up 4-3. This is rack number 8.
Yeah, and you notice the cue ball where he puts it, right? A little bit more to the center. The 6 and 9 come back together. First comes love, then comes marriage. That break spot more towards the center. Now, he's obviously not dead center, but it's kind of customary for the Europeans. The Mosconi couple last year before, they're literally breaking a couple inches off a center. It's oftentimes dead on. Something that, I talk about quite a bit, which I think made a big difference 2 years ago in Orlando, and we're coming up again this year in Orlando. But 2 years ago in Orlando, the Europeans were using a leather tip, and the Americans were using phenolic. Now, we continued to break good, but we never got a shot over and over and over. They broke good. They broke from a different position, and they continued to get shots. You can't win like that. And I just wonder what all that had to do with. But you'll notice Europeans, and I think it is kind of more of a European thing where they're breaking more from the center than they are from kind of like the edges of the box. It's a completely different hit. And I think it takes a little bit more work. The 6 and 9 here. Do you just take a chance and try to go into the edge of the 6? Or do you just work with what you have? Yeah, he tried to clip the 6 there. Now he's a little bit funny over that 9 and 6. Can get back to the center of the table much easier than trying to draw all the way back. I think one of the keys here to making this 3 is the speed at which he's going to hit it. You'll notice he does not get too quick. He doesn't pound this ball. Cue ball's going to work for him regardless because of the angle. I think watching the final backswing is so important. That's the most important part of your pool game, is the final backswing. If it gets quick, the brain wants to copy that movement going forward. See how easy his final backswing was? That's what keeps everything under control in your timing. There's not a sport in the world where you get quick in backswing, whether you're throwing a ball, swinging a golf club, where the brain doesn't want to copy that movement going forward. And that's how things break down. Looking to edge the 9 here probably, by the way he was keying it up. Do you really do that right now? Does it get you in too much trouble? I don't know that he can hold it to catch that, but we'll see. Yeah, he's definitely trying to edge those balls. Yeah, and that's how the miss comes in. I was wondering if you just work to the 5 and see what it leaves you, and then do whatever you can with the 6. Just seemed like he was a little too steep there. Mike, can he not get it like even to the point where he can? Oh no, I guess he cannot. Felt like he could 2-rail that ball up table and maybe use the 6 and 9. I don't believe that's on.
Yeah, it looked very deceiving from that view, but he's really just trying to get a hold of this, keep the cue ball where it is.
Oh, he could make it.
You know, very deceiving there, Scott. Maybe perhaps a bit of swerve.
Yeah, he used an inside ball, so he had plenty of room, actually. This is kind of what I was chatting about, right? I think you've just got to work. Obviously, you've got to work from here, but maybe in Teucher's position, that's what he should have done. See where he ends up. He'd love to be on the... Okay, he's going to stay above and just chip this 1 rail down below the 9. Felt like he might want to get in a bank position there. I can't fault him for this, obviously. He's a little better player than the one that I'm referring to, which is myself. Yeah, look at this hit. Pretty slick. Pretty slick right there. Cut him completely off.
Well, nothing going to be easy for Teucher in this position, but he's been in tough spots earlier and came out ahead, so perhaps Good fortune finds him once more. Looks like he's entertaining a 2-rail kick. And we see he's very comfortable with the rails and the speed, so perhaps he can make this happen. Spin underneath the 6-ball, send it up table.
Yeah. One thing these guys are all so good at is the speed at which they hit this, the kick and stick. Just wants to get it back up table and wants to avoid contact with the 8 here. He hit it quite a bit firmer, so that tells me he had to turn the cue ball more. Not the end of the world. Szolnocki going to have to come with a big ball here. And oftentimes you'll see the guy take the chance in this position. Only 4 balls left. Now you can get behind the 7. Banking the 6 back up table. Coming to the right long rail, then to the top rail. But typically down into this position, you're going to see Filler, Gorst, Yap, Kachi. All those guys are probably going to take this on with a slight elevation to the upper right corner. Yeah, and that's why if the defensive play is almost as tough as the offensive play, you really don't want to return it. I think he buries this. I think all the focus is really on making the 6. He'll take whatever he gets on the 7. Probably up to the upper right side, actually. Did he get away with it? I don't think so, did he, Mike?
No, it looks like he might have just enough to get that green 6 by the 7. But I'll tell you, never fail, Scott. We tell them how great they are, and they never let us down. If he can make this past here, should be home free. And Oliver Szolnocki definitely in a better position now than he was just a minute ago. Out of the chair, clear shot at the table. Yeah, a couple of trivial exchanges there between Teuscher and Szolnocki, but tell you what, very elevated play here, top class, to say the least. It's Oliver Szolnocki going to tie us up here in rack number 8. 4 games apiece. And this is similar to their match yesterday. I know the scoreline was quite close. And this is going to be no different. You know, their matchup yesterday was 9-8. And that was their winner's qualification. Oliver coming out on top of that one. Again, a hill victory for Oliver there. So perhaps Marco with a mind to get a bit of revenge and try to win when it counts the most, which is right now in our final 8. And don't forget, the winner of this match going to move forward into our quarterfinal. I should say our semifinal. And play the winner of Max Eberle and Hunter Lombardo. Edge closer to the conclusion of the Bob Stocks Memorial here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And here we go. Oliver Szolnocki to the break. This is rack number 9.
Okay, the 1 down and the 2 lays up. Everything really pretty sweet here. If you can get to the center of the table on the red 3, that leads you naturally to the 4. 1 rail. Maybe 2 rails tight out of the upper corner. And look at Marco Teutcher. Had the head in the hand there for a minute, kind of in a negative posture. As soon as I said that, of course, he changed the position. Now that needs to settle down. Yeah, he really let that loose. We talk about the final backswing. Big difference in that final backswing and most of his final backswings, and 90% of the pros, when they make a mistake, it's because they get too quick. We talk about it all the time in commentary. And it's true because their fundamentals are so sound. Adrenaline gets up a little bit. Everything gets a little quick. Can he even shorten this up? Is he completely cut off here? He might be forced to go to the bottom rail with a low ball. He might be cut off from the bottom rail as well. Nasty position. Just got to hope for a good hit here and something good happens. No good. Big time, too much spin. Merry Christmas, Marco Teutcher.
A really unfortunate exchange there. I think Oliver might have been trying to get all the way around that little pack of balls blocking the 3, but perhaps coming up a bit short. But nonetheless, Teutcher in control now. We mentioned Oliver edging out Marco yesterday in their qualification match, 9-8, so perhaps he's really got that extra bit of motivation to prove it to himself and his opponent in this position. As he arrives on the green 6, he looks to be home free here, Scott. I don't see any issues from here.
Yeah, I don't see any trouble.
Yeah, both these players very, very sound. We just making the game look so easy when it's so far from easy. Very difficult. It's the game of pool. But all that hard work and dedication that these players have put in over the years, showing up every time they hit the stage. And this performance no different. And Teutcher going to be going ahead here once more. Now it makes you wonder, does the race length really determine who that winner is going to be? Perhaps Oliver winning 9-8 and the race to 11. Perhaps it's Marco Teutcher 11-10. The oddities that come up and the trivial exchanges that happen throughout a match of 9-ball. It's really just when do those things happen and who's got the better end of it at that moment in time. And for right now, it's Marco Teutcher as we go into rack number 10. Still has a 1-game advantage. You know, their likely opponents, Max Eberle and Hunter Lombardo. Hunter leads that one 7-3. So, current time looking like Hunter may be facing the winner of this feature match.
I've been keeping a close eye on Lucas Picasso-Werner. He was up 3-2, then trailing 5-3, and he just won that last rack. So Lucas Werner trailing 5-4. Yeah, pretty consistent. Oh, the 9 was tracking to the lower side pocket. Look at this layout. We don't see that too often. Oftentimes, especially when you hit him as good as he did, maybe an accidental gap in the rack, and it's so easy to do. That's even more credit to these referees. Not an easy job. Can he chip this with an inside ball, kind of like towards the 3, and just get to the bottom rail? I was almost thinking chip it and come all the way up table and use the 6 and 8, but I think this is going to be a lot higher percentage. Yeah, no problems. I do think if you kick at this from the opposite long rail, you might want to reduce the speed. A lot of good things can happen with all those balls there. And you get the 7 and the 9 a little tied up. Of course, you can use the 5 to the 9 to make the 7. But boy, I think he might be a slight favorite here if he makes a good hit. Yeah. Well done. By design. Always a tricky hit here, especially if you don't want to pound it, right? If you're just rolling it, it's a little bit of guesswork. You might hit it with more speed when he's cueing the cue ball. Not even close, Mike.
Yeah, I think he had to go with his gut in that instance, but definitely coming up a bit short there. But still a lot of work to do here. As Oliver rounds the table, trying to assess that situation. Yeah, this is not an open table and not a gimme. Regardless, with ball in hand, this is going to be tough.
Yeah, I think you just go one rail here into the back of the 8. Really doesn't matter. I think the 8's better than the 6, but either one of them will work, whatever he likes. And you can use the 5 to make the 7. Just avoid contact with the 6 here. Split the gap. I guess he's stretched, so he's probably going to use a high ball. I was going to say, otherwise, there's nothing wrong with an inside ball just creeping around off the bottom rail. Chose to come above the 6, even better. You want to be left side of the table here for sure. Like, I think you want to be closer to the left long rail than just dead straight, because dead straight, oftentimes, now you've got to kind of pound it with a stop shot type of ball, whereas I think it's a little bit better to roll it because you can keep the 5 up top. Yeah, he chose this line. So now he's got to hit it with a little more pace to ensure where he's getting on the 5. I'm assuming he's thinking the upper left corner here now with the 5 ball. Well done.
Looks like Oliver has the green light. Go ahead and clean this one up, tie us back up. This time it would be 5 games apiece. But it seems like the story of these two gentlemen, whenever they match up in this event, there's going to be a 1-game difference at all points. And of course, we mentioned the previous matchup yesterday to get into the final 16. Oliver coming out on top 9-8. But Marco Teuscher winning through the other qualification to get to this match here. And ironically, they meet up once again as we get 5-5 going into rack 11, even keel. So race to 6 from this point. Again, minimal errors from both players. A lot of creative shots coming from both players. It looks like Oliver's going to take just a minute, so we're going to take a quick second and hear from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the conclusion of our feature match. right, we're back. And looks like Oliver Zolnocki's ready to attack rack number 11. And don't forget, you're racing to 11. So race to 6 from this point, as we're tied up 5 games apiece. Marco Teuscher looking for a bit of revenge after falling to Oliver yesterday in their qualification match on the winner's side.
Okay, and that's the first time we've seen the 1 go short. Did get the ball down in the corner, which is the 3. Nothing straightforward on the 1. If he can avoid the 6, there's a possible 2-way bank. The 1 to the lower right corner and kind of tuck to the upper left side of the table where that hand just was, maybe using the 7 as a backdoor safety, which I think is available. He was a little passive earlier on the 3. Ended up costing him that game. Yeah, I don't think he's shooting it. Leveled out like this. No, just going to use the 7. This is overhit. Even if he gets him, he didn't get him like he wanted. If you're going to play it like that, why not take a chance at making the bank? It guarantees you position on the blue 2, because you could have stunned over and still hit it at a good pace where the 1 wasn't coming all the way back up table. That's my thought process there anyway. I didn't hate the selection. That was probably option 2 in my opinion, but these guys are so good that I don't think he was much of an underdog to make the 1 in this lower left corner and just tuck behind the 7. Notice how little he's elevated here. Not real elevated. Once again, not trying to get the cue ball all the way back, doesn't need to do that. So his accuracy gets much stronger the less he elevates that cue. I don't see any reason to get short side here. Out towards the middle is good. That'll get it done. You got to be a little cautious of where you end up on the 5. The green 6 up top. I think you play the 5 in the same corner as the 4. You just want to stay below it clearly. You do not want to get above the 5 if that's where you're playing it. You might see something a little different. But it looks pretty natural around the 3rd diamond, just below the side pocket there. Make sure to get off the rail, and you should be pretty natural. Maybe a bit of a low outside, kind of a drag ball again. Oh, he could split through, just leveled out. But now he's ended up maybe a little bit above it. Can he draw 1 rail out or go forward? It's where I kind of felt like the low outside would have always kept him below the 5. Not that he's in trouble. I think he's just fine. Just going to have to warp this. Warpage. Well done.
Gotta love the way that cue ball swerves when you got that English on it, especially on the slick cloth. It's really just one of my favorite parts of the game. Seeing it arc across the cloth. Such a pretty maneuver. Marco hit that one very nicely.
Yeah, Mike, maybe he's a little in between here, coming all the way up and down or just holding. I think he can hold without trouble. Just make sure to catch it thin enough.
Yeah, he appears to be home free. And these final three will pull him ahead just by one. And it's really just how this match has gone. 1-1 all the way to the finish line. And seems like it's really just what we're going to get from these two. And what a treat it is to see this quality play. I know the spectators here really enjoying these top-class players in their neighborhood, their local pool room. Again, on cue, Front Royal, Virginia. And we're going to be 6-5 here. Well, we just passed the halfway point. And looks like we are going to have a tight one all the way through to the finish line. As Teuscher finishes up.
I was just looking, Mike. I was, touching back on the one ball. And sorry to interrupt you. Touching back on the one ball with Shinaki. You've really got to consider taking that bank onto the lower left if your position behind the 7 is going to be the same regardless. Kind of my thought process there. That decision clearly cost him the game. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, obviously, if he gets him behind the 7. It's executed, but Teuscher's still getting to the table in that position with the jump cue or whatever it might be. So I feel like he might have overlooked one there.
Yeah, it seems like the risk-reward is really that massive decision in a lot of these cases, and you just have to go with your gut and play the percentages, and if it's your day, it's your day. But not going to see anything wild from these two. Very solid play so far. But it's Teuscher breaking rack number 12, and he's up 6-5.
Yeah, and there we see it again, and this is going to be a beautiful spread. Three balls on the break. Just a mid-range shot here to the lower left corner. Really, you can stay out in the middle of the table for the green sticks. Just nudge the 7. I do not see any trouble here. Put a little bit of time into it. They often call this a blind ball. I don't feel like it's really a blind ball here in this position with the cue balls. About where the 9's at. I'm a little bit more blind, but he's got a pretty good sight line here. One rail over and out. Wow, he's overcut this. We talk about the alternate break, and one thing that it definitely does is it slows things down as far as any type of momentum. And I often wonder when these mistakes are made from players that know they're never supposed to make them. In this format, which I don't think is a bad thing, is that why these mistakes are kind of creeping in from time to time, because you're taking a seat after you win a rack. Two games ago, one thing I wanted to touch on for people at home, I think that's vital, and I teach it and I preach it heavily when I'm teaching. And I don't know if he'll do it right this second, but pay attention after he makes contact. He'll freeze after contact for a full 1/1000, typically. And he did it on the last 3 balls 2 games ago. And what that really does, you see how he stays down there? What it really does, especially when you're practicing, I teach to count to 2. It keeps the body movement completely limited. So if you start to flinch or the shoulder drops or your head's moving, when you're practicing, really work hard on freezing after contact. And you can do that by counting to 1,000 or 1,000. I think it's something that's overlooked, the finer details. On the amateur side of the fence, the pros, it's typically just kind of built in. But they started somewhere with that, right? I think that's just something to think about, especially if you've got movement in the body. It just can never really hurt you. I think one of the best at that it kind of exaggerates that movement is John Mora, especially after he had to switch hands to limit the body movement. He really works at staying down after contact. Okay, a little weak there. Going to be a big stretch with the bridge most likely. And it was 2 games ago where he was exaggerating staying down after contact on the 7, 8, and 9. Here, since I've touched on it, he has not done that near as much. Almost, in fact, the opposite there on the 6. It looked like he actually raised up just after contact. So both of these guys really near perfect the first 6 games, and had a few mistakes mid-match. Should be just fine here. I don't predict any type of error. Yeah, well done. This is the 3rd or 4th time in this match that's been tied up. I think that is the fun in the alternate break. If it carries or continues, we're in for a thriller towards the end. Game number 12 goes to Shindalki. How are the other matches? Eric Roberts trailing 9-6 to Fraser Patrick. Lucas Fracasso Werner trailing, just changed 8 games to 4. Georgi Georgiev. Max Eberle trailing 8-6 to Lombardo. Knotted up at 6s here. Who will it be? It's going to be tough to beat one of these two, I feel. Fraser Patrick also an elite player. Great tournament so far for Eric Roberts. Good to see. All right, 6 games apiece. Game number 13 coming up. Oliver Shinalki to break. Just snuck the one in, went into the bottom side. I believe he's got the pocket here on the blue 2, and that changes everything. Look at this layout. The 3 leads to the 4, and so on. Little dangerous there. I would be scared to death to pull that rack out and move the cue ball about 12 inches. Is he acting like this ball does not play? I'm misled due to the angle. My apologies. So he's 2-railing this out and tucking under the 9. We've talked about the overdraw. Did he get any help? The 5. If you're going to play it like that, I wonder why you don't maybe just kind of stun forward and 2-rail it out. That way you've got extra help. You could use the 8 and the 9. Really touchy the way he played that. Not easy. Yeah, and so it looks like he's looking to use the 5 here and maybe the 7. I feel like, can't you just drift this to the top rail kind of with maybe a right ball, just a touch, kind of dragging it? Kind of butter up behind the 5. It must not be on. You'd expect him to shoot that if it was. I guess you could use the 5 and come all the way back down as well. Potentially using the 4, 9, and 8. See what he's thinking. Yeah, this is probably the most simple, just very tough to hold behind a single ball like that.
It looks like we've got ourselves another tie ball game here. 6-6 as Oliver looks to return safety here under the 8. He's going to find coverage. Scott, what a nice shot that was.
Yeah, I think he's forced to go to the right side here, but a big swerve prior to the side pocket. Unless he can, I mean, he might have to pull the jump cue out. He is completely cut off from the left end of the table. This might be forced to a jump kick here. If he doesn't think he can swerve in front of the side pocket with an extreme ball. The problem with that, Bears, though, is that I don't even know how you get any distance or separation. That's where the value maybe of the jump cue. Just jump the edge of the 8 and the 9. Just try to scramble the 2. I don't know. Yeah, the problem here is he's going to be hitting it so firm that the 6 is a problem. He could miss it short. He did hit it short, just barely caught contact. A little firmer. Might have lucked it in. Very straight with the cue. He's always as level as possible to get as much leather on the cue ball as he can. That's where being as level as possible, whether it's a high ball, a low ball, doesn't matter what it is. That's how you're going to get more tip on the cue ball. Anytime you're elevating that back arm, which is another big issue with a lot of amateur players, where your percentages go way down.
Looks like Marco is going to give up control. And another point here is unlucky as he's looking to get the go-ahead here. No issues from here on out. Everything is in the clear. Very simple position here. Very likely little one pocket at the end of this one. Sure Scott can appreciate that one.
Yeah, no question.
Maybe. And he looks to check it with some inside. Play it to the opposite corner.
Yeah, Lucas Fracasso Werner is gone, Mikey.
All right, well, a nice run there. But looks like has fallen 11-4. Georgiev.
Oh, it's 10-4. Sorry, Mike. It actually moved to 11-4, and then it came back to 10.
That might have been
seen that.
Yeah, that might have been just a quick couple of presses there from Georgie, but
yeah.
Lucas still hanging on there, but 10-4 down. Very tall mountain to climb. I'll tell you, we've seen, quite a few comebacks with larger gaps in the past, so can't count him out just yet. And it looks like Hunter Lombardo and Max Eberle. Hunter's still ahead there, 9-7. And remember, the winner of our feature here will play the winner of that match. But when we conclude this one, we are going to jump to the other side of the bracket. So, winner of Fraser Patrick and Eric Roberts play the winner of Lucas's match. And that will be our next feature, the semifinals.
Yeah, and it looked like he got into those again just a bit more than usual. Maybe a little frustration let out in that break shot. He's got a look, and it's not terrible by any means. The 7, I believe, plays. Got to avoid the traffic with the 6 here, and I think it's pretty natural just to stay above the 6, 1, 2. Pink 4 is next, down here below the 7. Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, really pretty natural. Doesn't seem to be panicking on the 7, so that must play. I like what he's looking at here, an inside ball twice up to the right side of the table for the 5 in the upper left. Just don't let up. Better to go too far than not far enough. And that'll get it done.
Yeah, it looks like Marco has gotten himself into the clear here. A bit more work to do, but everything seems to be in the open. So very likely going to keep pace with the tail of these two. Tie us up once again. And oddly enough, both players going back and forth and trading racks, but the player with the advantage has changed a couple of times. But I think we've seen more than a 1 rack difference between these two just yet. And that goes for their previous matchup as well. A really consistent play from these two top-class professionals. I'll tell you, the loser of this match is going to feel perhaps a bit cheated, as they're both playing top-class pool, and it's going to be really a nightmare if Marco should fall once more, as Oliver took him out the previous matchup yesterday. So perhaps just the placement in the bracket and the timing of those little exchanges Really just dictating what's going to be the future of these two. But for now, it's hockey sticks on the scoreboard, 7-7. Again, racing to 11, so both players still needing 4 games. Still a bit more pool to play. And of course, Zonaki opening this match with a golden break, 9-ball dropping right off the rip, so just a little bit of help to get things started. And he is going to be the breaker in rack number 15. So just a bit of fortune. But of course, some great play to back it up. You see him very intently placing that cue ball for the break shot. And here we go. Rack number 15, tied up.
Look at this. My goodness. The 4 to the 5. You can stay mid-table if you have to there. You'd like to get to this lower long rail. But this is pretty sweet. I think he can hold. I'm positive he can hold on the right side of the table for the 3. Just out towards the middle right. He is fine here. Great spread. You know you hit the break well when you've got to look at every ball on the table. Now it just depends on where he falls here. He'd like to have the steep angle. Fall below the left side pocket on the purple 5. Pink 4 is next to the upper right. I don't want this to fall too straight, then he has to work the cue ball. Yeah, like to have had a little more angle than this. He's okay, but now entertaining the gap between the 7 and 9 versus really assured to come 1-2 over to this lower long rail on the right side. He'll make the decision that fits him best. Yeah, and I believe he's fine. Well done.
Yeah, Oliver Zonaki looking very clean here. Final 5 balls remain, and really not much standing in his way. And I want to say that might have been his best break off yet. Everything out in the open. We just need to put them into the holes. He's looking like he is free and clear. I mean, that's the thing. These top players, once the balls are open, you really can't bet against them to make any errors. I mean, they're just so clean with the cueing. You just got to like them to finish each table, execute each shot. I believe that's what we're going to see here from Oliver. And Marco Teuscher can only watch on and try to remember what he's got to do when he gets back up to the table. Well, what a battle we have here. Such a great match. Tell you, after watching these two play, I'd really like to see them play one of those long race sets, maybe a race to 120. Probably finish that one 120 to 119. Such a close matchup. Nobody really giving any space to breathe. It seems like the error count is really about the same as well. Really just a great treat for all of our viewers out there. And if you did purchase that all-table pass, then you did the right thing. And I'm sure you're enjoying all of the matches available via digital pool, of course. And we're about to enter the semifinal stage with the conclusion of this match here at the Bob Stocks Memorial on cue here in Front Royal, Virginia. And here we go. Rack number 16. It's Teuscher to break. He's trailing 8-7.
All right, the one down, cue ball high. Two. Real good. Another wonderful layout here. 4 plays on the side. It plays wherever you'd like. I don't believe this is too steep to hold for the 3. Maybe. Got to work it a little bit. Looks pretty good to me. Yeah, no problems. Absolutely no problems, and dead perfect. Just a matter of picking up the pieces here. The attention to detail, walking around the table, keeping the heart rate under control, going through your routine. There's never a time that's not important enough. There's never a time that's too important. It's always really the same pace. That's the goal. Also extremely straight with the cue. These two really resemble each other in a lot of different ways here. I can tell you right now, that Euro tour, what a monster tour. You know, it wasn't the biggest paying or isn't the biggest paying tour in the world, but there's no question that it was the toughest and is the toughest for like a, you know, a smaller tour that you're going to keep your game tight on. And I think that that's where a lot of these guys have really gained the experience.
Yeah, I can agree with you there, Scott. And tell you, I don't think I've seen a match in recent times that's been kind of as simple to describe as this one here. One player runs out, the other player runs out. One player plays safe, the other returns safe. And back and forth we go. And Teuscher looking to tie us up now once again. This will be 8 games apiece, and going to be racing to 3 from here. And as he deposits this 9 ball, we move on. And no issues at all. And Marco Teuscher really hasn't done much wrong, but he's still on the defensive as Oliver Zolnocki stays with the advantage. I'll tell you, we're down to final 8 in this round, but in just a moment we're going to be in our final 4. And it has been confirmed, Lucas Fracasso Werner eliminated Georgi Georgiev, 11-4 over Lucas Fracasso Werner. Eric Roberts trailing, and just as I say it, Eric Roberts eliminated in the final 8, 11-7. Fraser Patrick moves forward. So, and then Hunter Lombardo on the hill, 10-7 over Max Eberly, and he's going to play the winner of this one here. But Fraser Patrick's Georgiev, that will be our next feature. So really looking forward to seeing those two go forward. Should be another tight matchup. But for now, 8-8 as we enter rack 17. And it's going to be Oliver Zolnocki to break. Here we go.
Par for the course. And a good rub off the 3. The 4 opens up. Does he have an angle on the 2 to get to the 3? Believe he can go forward. Don't think he wants to go back if the 6 is anywhere at play. Taking a peek, I thought the 4 opened up. It's closer than I thought. There's no question. I don't see any panic. Pretty sure it gets by the 9. How straight is the 2? That changes everything. If he's dead straight, oftentimes you're drawing towards the side. Now you can manipulate the angle here by using maybe the top side of this corner pocket with the 2. If you're drawing back and if you're going forward. I think he'd love to be anywhere middle table, but if he's coming backwards, just avoid the side pocket here by cheating the 2 a little bit. And you got a little flick off the 6. Is it going to hold? Feel like he's okay. Yeah, pretty natural here. You just don't want to end up on top of the 9. And if he's afraid to hit this with any pace, he's just going to float it in, I would assume. Does it not play? Is he looking at the camera? That's why he wanted this angle. And that's clearly what he's going at here. Sweet.
Well, what a conclusion to that one there. Thought we might get long game once more, but it's another short rack in favor of Zolnocki. But we're getting closer to that finish line, and doesn't appear things are going to fall off course here. And we've had 17 racks of pool and really just 17 racks of greatness between these two. I think we're definitely getting a real treat. Both of these top professionals. And you can see in another wave of those spectators coming into On Cue. We enjoying watching these players. And we are edging closer to our next round. I believe that's going to start in about an hour. We're going to confirm that with our team. I believe we're going to start right around 5:30 with that semifinal match.
Ooh, big collision with the 3 and the cue ball mid-table. Pocket. So he'll be thrilled with that kiss. Sometimes they're good. Most of the time they're bad. Once again, I mean, where is the work? I don't see it. Just keep an angle on the 3, 4 near the 2. Definitely getting into the break a little firmer than Zolnocki. Doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing. In 2019, he did win the U.S. Open 10-ball championship, the CSI U.S. Open championship. That's probably his biggest win. But we've talked about him a lot, and he's done so much damage. He's just another young guy out there that's really looking to break through. But it just tells us how difficult this sport really is and how many unbelievable players there really are. In the Philippines alone, we believe, and a lot of us anyway, we've talked about it, we believe there's potentially 100 players with an 800 Fargo or higher that are unknown to us, unknown to the TV stage. Back out towards the middle here. Couple of ways to do it. If that's the way he chooses, I mean, you could stay below the 5. I think you've got to go up towards the middle. Not happy. Little let up there. Maybe concerned of arcing the cue ball towards the back of the 9, so took a little pace off of it. Should recover well here. Once again, you're playing this to the pro side of the pocket. That way you can afford to overcut it a little bit and still make it. If you hit it bad, the pocket will accept. Probably just a high right ball. I don't see the cue ball getting away from it at all here. You can play the 6 in the same corner if you have to. If it gets away from you just a bit. Yeah, and that's perfect.
Yeah, there was a little bit of concern towards the end there as he came up a bit short on the purple, but Marco Teuscher looking to get us tied up once more. You can almost predict what the scoreline's going to be if they continue like this. But there was a time that Marco did break that serve and had the advantage for a short time early on. I believe it was at 5-4 to Marco Teuscher. But Zolnocki really not faltering. And he stayed in that position with a 1-game advantage. As Teuscher looks to tie us up now, 9 games apiece. Really edging towards that final. Going to be a race to 2 from here. I'll tell you, what a performance these two are putting on. It's kind of tough to believe that one of these two will be eliminated after this match. When you put on a performance like that, it makes you wonder. But nonetheless, 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial getting down to the final 4 after this one here. And what an event it's been. Starting with 63 players this previous Friday. And what a road it's been to get through to this point. A couple of upsets. And it's always exciting to see those happen, but again, cream rising to the top. Some of the top players making it through to the end. And it's Oliver Zolnocki to break. This is rack number 19. Very precise placement with that cue ball for this break shot, and he's made those adjustments, so I'd expect to see another successful break off here from Oliver.
Yeah, notice the cue get quicker once he's dialed in. Big movement on the 9. I believe he's covered up on the 2. This angle tells me he's not. The overhead says he can't make it or bank it. Maybe a bit misleading, I just don't know. I don't believe he can get to the bank. Can probably see the bottom piece of this. Is there more value kicking 2 rails below the 2 versus just clipping the bottom of the 2 and going below the 7 or past it? I guess, Mike, maybe he's acting like he can't get to the bottom of the 2. The overhead says he can't, but this angle tells me he might be able to see the bottom of it.
It looks like he might be eyeing up just the 1 rail kick. Try to send the 2 ball right towards that left side pocket. I mean, really make that determination as he rounds this table and has to see all of his options, but yeah, it doesn't look like he can get to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was considering the 2 rail kick behind it and getting big separation, but maybe now a 1 rail kick behind it or just going to the bottom edge of the 2. Hard to tell. Oh, he can curd. Well done, my friend. Well done. He's ended up just fine, I believe, on the 3. Could be a little steeper than we think. He's acting as if it is. He's acting as if it's a lot steeper than we think. He's got to elevate like that to pinch the cue ball. Yeah, no question. No, is this where the potential bank becomes a bigger pocket than the cut? So close to this ball, he should be able to manage without any problem here. Easy to catch it a fraction thick, excuse me. Well handled. Back in action. And a real good opener on the 2. I was wondering why his body language wasn't telling me that he was completely snookered. That probably explains it.
Yeah, what a deceiving shot that was, Scott. Thought it.
Yeah, I should be able to read the body language a little bit better. I've been doing this long enough.
Oh, but even looking at the overhead there, it didn't look like he could see it. It's like magic. He went right through it. It looks to be out in the open now and smooth sailing. And this is a critical point in the match. This would put him on the hill, so he is able to seal the deal here per usual. Pressure is going to be on Marco Teuscher. You see him with that body language as he sits in the chair, head in his hand one more time. You brought that up earlier, but I tell you, still is remarkable the level of play that these two have delivered and really just won each other to death. But flawless play, both players. I'll tell you, it's...
Yeah, Mike, I believe this is the 7th time that they've been tied up, which is insane. And that's the credit to the alternate break that we were talking about earlier.
Now, Scott, I know that we talked about, some of the stats and whatnot with the alternate break versus winter break. And, I mean, just personal opinion. If this was winter break, do we see that same scoreline, or do we see one of these players just run away with it and they won 11 games out?
Right. Probably not. I mean, obviously, most likely not. And then, right, we both talk about it. We all talk about both sides of the fence there. Some people like to see the runouts. Some people like to see the tactical side. Some people like to see a little both. So I think it was a good decision pretty clearly to have the alternate break here.
Yeah, I think we might have seen something the likes of Yap's defeat with Kopeny and not shooting a single ball, as these guys have fairly played perfect, very closely to perfect. But tell you what, in any case, getting to see a little bit more pool and a little bit more from both players, so tend to agree. Perhaps the alternate break really just delivering a bit more of the show. And we arrive here 10 games to 9. All the pressure going to go to Teuscher now, as he is going to break rack number 20. And we said it directly at the beginning of this match, had everything, all of the ingredients to go double hill. It looks like we are heading in that direction. Should Marco Teuscher continue the level of play that he's delivered thus far? Tell you just what a pleasure this is to call this match here. I mean, a lot of the score lines we're seeing, we've seen 11 4s and 2s, and some of them a little closer than that, but I feel like it's rare in the race to 11 where you do see that, 11-10 type of score line, but looks like these two really just proving us, the class of player that we're dealing with, and going to see how Marco's going to deal with this slightly added pressure as his opponent sits on the hill at this point. So here we go, rack number 20.
Yeah, well, you just said it. Handle this pressure. And, he is carrying all the weight right now, but once again, a dream layout under the circumstances. An absolute dream layout. I don't think it needs any explanation. The 5 to the 6, obviously. But you can afford to be middle table if you get a little funny. I doubt that, though. You can afford to be straight on the 5. You can afford to be on the left side. You can afford to be on the right side. Where is the trouble? Just got to let that arm take over. Don't allow anything to get in the mind. This is where his process and all the balls he's played and all takes over. So he's going to carry the angle. Tells me back and forth. Just do not want to catch a piece of the 8. Therefore, you do not want to let up either, though. Got to avoid that right side pocket. This is the shot. I believe he's hit it quite well. Does he introduce the 8 at all here? Can he get past it without any contact? No problem. Par for the course, Mikey.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And yeah, this is really just remarkable how this match has gone. And we say it over and over. These players just not faltering. Minimal errors. And this is just a very high-class match here. Both Teuscher and Solnocki delivering what I think to be one of the best performances we've seen this weekend. Very consistent and really just continuing to deliver that top quality game. But boy, I tell you, Teuscher very likely going to finish this one up very easily. But Oliver Solnocki, even though he's been in the advantage position for a bit here, the pressure then goes on him to deliver in that final game. Now we know that the tides turn, especially every 5 to 7 games, these players, and it seems as though the pressure's going to switch hands to the player that currently has the lead prior to this 9-ball being sent into the corner pocket. So, as Teuscher deposits this 9-ball, control over to Solnocki. And again, a little bit of pressure sent his way as well. I'll tell you, Scott, what do you think's going through Oliver's mind right now versus Marco's mind? I mean, you see the fist bump there, very lighthearted. Of course, they're friends, but what do you think Oliver's going to be thinking as he comes to the table here?
Probably everything on the break shot, right? And I think it tends to bear its ugly head. A lot of times we'll see a little bit of an apprehensive break, meaning maybe just a touch of a let up. So I'm sure he's aware of that. How many times in his career has he been hill with somebody, in the last thought through his mind is, well, let's not lose the cue ball, let's not scratch. So I would assume he's just trying to stay real calm, real focused on a consistency with his break shot, because it's really, out of these two, I think, been the best, but both have broke so well.
Yeah, fair assessment, Scott. And here we go. Our final rack, number 21, as Oliver Solnocki places that cue ball in that very particular spot, looking to take this one down by a very narrow margin of one game. Let's see if he can deliver.
Okay, the let up was not there. Hill, does he have an open shot? I believe he's got a look. There is work to do in this rack. Oh my, this angle tells it. Yes, it is. Well, that tells us he's good. He's got to look at the 2, and it's pretty natural to get back down here to the 3. The key here is really, I think, getting through it well. Is he taking a peek at the 3-ball combination? It's just a shot here on the 2 that you don't want to get a little fast on with the high ball, because it can bend a bit and it will go wide on you. Could stay above the 3. It does play to the lower left corner. This man reached the semifinals in 2021 of the WPA World 9-Ball Championship. He's been here before. At what point is it overthinking the situation, right? I know it's obviously sudden death, the final rack. If he chooses to come all the way down, you've got to stay smooth through the ball and don't get too quick. See how it bent out there? He's going to be fine, I believe. The cue ball arced out just a little wide, so he is below the 3 here. Believe it or not, I think if he takes a little less pace on that cue ball there, it might get further. So he's still got work to do, Mike.
Yeah, it's always the case in that final game. You know, things get a little funny. It's never just that simple 1, 2, 3, get it done. You know, like we saw in that previous rack, Teuscher breaking what we like to call a Cosmo. But Solnocki looking like he's going to work through this one shot by shot. Really just giving it the attention it deserves, as it is the Hill rack. But so far, so good.
Yeah, hard to tell here if he's elevated or if he's leveled out just going forward. I would assume he's going forward. Needs a little more out of that. Okay. He is not out of the woods yet. A bit of a let up there going forward. You see the traffic, the 7 and the 9. He'd love to draw inside the 6, meaning the left side of the table. don't think he wants to mess with those two balls, but he might be forced to if he feels comfortable going into maybe the edge of the 9 or into the 9 full. Let's just see how this lies. Yeah, he was trying to catch the 9 heavy. Got a little fortunate, clipped the 7. All is rosy for Shinaki.
Yeah, and you can see the body language from Teuscher in the chair. Kind of a little huff and kind of a head nod there. He says, I think this may be the beginning of the end. And I mean, after his performance, kind of got a feel for the guy. You know, so Naki played a great match, and Teuscher played a great match. I mean, I can't even say that either has outplayed the other, but it's really just positioning here. And perhaps it's really come down to that opening break shot from Solnaki where he pocketed that 9-ball golden break to start the match. Perhaps that really just set the tone, and there you see the quote-unquote towel thrown in from Mr. Teuscher. So congratulations to Oliver Solnaki on to the semifinal round and the final 4 at the Bob Stocks Memorial. And Marco Teuscher eliminated in the top 8. So great performance by both players, but Solnaki edging out Teuscher both times at their meetings here at On Cue, both by just 1 game. What a finish there. So we will be back in just a short time, and we're going to have one of your semifinal matches coming up here. That's going to be Fraser Patrick and Georgie Georgiev, and that's going to be in just a short time. I will confirm with you guys shortly, but for now, we're going to head out, and we'll be back with that semifinal match in just a short time. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, we're back, and we've got one of our semifinal matches coming at you in just a moment. It's going to be Fraser Patrick and Georgi Georgiev, and what a match that's going to be. But before we get into that, we are going to hear from what a great player, Marco Teutcher, and what a performance he just put on. And unfortunately, someone had to lose that one. So we're going to head on over there to Madison Ortiz and Marco Teutcher, hear what they've got to say before we get started.
Day 3, it is do or die. And unfortunately, we just seen a match where there had to be a winner and there had to be a loser. Mark, you and I go back a long, long time, and I must say, as a personal friend and a fan, I don't think I've ever seen you play as well as I've seen you play that set. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very.
All right, so apparently they are not on that side, so we are just going to give these players the go-ahead. And we're going to hear from Marco and Madison a bit later. For now, semifinal match, Fraser Patrick and Georgi Georgiev. Very close as far as rating is concerned. But, of course, we know that that isn't everything, as the rating can be just a distraction at times. But as we get started here, we are at the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. We're here at On Cue in Front Royal, Virginia. And I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash. Joining me, the freezer, Scott Frost. Scott, how are you?
Living the dream, buddy. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that match we just saw. I mean, how about that performance? 11-10, and Teutcher coming up one game short again. It's unbelievable that you can have a performance like that and be eliminated from an event.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, right? Teutcher, his worst nightmare seems to be Sholnowski, right, in the last 2 days. But what a great match. Nobody really broke serve over the last 7-8 games.
Yeah, that was such a great performance there from both players. But now we've got one of our semifinals on the table right now. Race to 11 to get a shot at the finals. Fraser Patrick, Georgi Georgiev. Here we go.
Yeah, good signs early. Really always a good sign to bury the one. This could get up a little funny. Yeah, and it did get a little funny. Kind of an understatement, actually. Don't know if he's got the bottom half of the pocket, or in our state, top half of the pocket, but you don't even really feel comfortable playing it like that. And this is probably the best view we got. Is he looking to sneak it in past the 7, meaning catch maybe somewhere around the point? Or just before it? Then where are you going? You going towards the 8? Yeah, I can't tell exactly what he's doing, so we're just going to find out. Yeah, I don't know if he knows either. And there are options defensively, right? You could cross the 2 kind of like you're crossing it to the upper left corner on our screen now and send the cue ball back down 1-2 behind the 6. Kind of got that entire wall there. You just have to catch the 2 a little thicker than you'd think. You could probably cross the 2 to the lower right corner and swing the cue ball 1-2 behind the purple. That's a little bit more of a bare ball to get behind, though. I don't like the percentages there. And this is kind of what he chose, but he chose the flat ball to get over there. I felt like the running English with the inside would have helped you get up behind the 5. So kind of opened everything up for Fraser Patrick. Three does pass the purple 5. I wouldn't try to get too cute here. Well, he tried to get too cute, and he did. Very cute. Got the backside of the 8 and came out with a look. Back and forth now. Pink 4 is next, down here on our lower left. This is a low right ball. They don't want to let up on it, I don't believe. I think there's plenty of room to even cheat this if you'd like to get a little more out of it, meaning the 3. Yeah, clean strike. Yeah, maybe did let up a little bit, but he looks to be home free.
Yeah, nice shot there from Fraser Patrick, and as I've exclaimed a few times, he seemed to be the most consistent player on this table so far. But after that last match, I've got to say he's in the running for the top 3. But always putting on a good show, and looks like he's going to be okay here. Everything out in the open. Fraser Patrick coming from the UK. Try to get some WNT points.
Yeah, he was actually born in Glasgow. 1985. He's old. Compared to a lot of these guys. I'm kind of joking, but that just tells us how young everybody on the World 9-Ball Tour is. It just seems to get younger and younger, and on any tour, for that matter. And just the talent out there is insane.
Yeah, that's a good point, Scott. And, I think that's a testament to, again, a lot of the newer equipment and the information that's available through the technology that we have now. And, players are getting better, and they're getting better faster and younger. And, every once in a while, though, the veterans need to let them know that the experience can shine through. And I think that's what we're seeing with some of these players making it through to the Final Four. Fraser Patrick, one of those. And as he arrives on the 9-ball, it looks like he is going to draw first blood. Oh, Georgie really just misjudging that opening shot on the 2-ball. I'm sure he's going to make an adjustment as far as the speed is concerned and how to manage the cue ball. Now, you mentioned perhaps a bit of running English could have helped him in that position. But for now, it's Fraser Patrick with the 1-0 score.
Right? You're going to leave the distance here regardless, instead of leaving the 2 kind of out in the open.
Yeah, well, I'm sure both players, anytime they make one of those errors, they're going to make that adjustment. And that's what makes them true professionals, Scott, as you know. And we're going to see that very effective break from Fraser Patrick that we've seen. And looking for that one, drop right in that bottom side pocket from our perspective here.
Yeah, big movement on the 9. It didn't have the pace to reach the side. It was a little long. Stark contrast from the last match where the guys were immediately getting looks after the break. The first 6 racks between the last 2 players were perfect. Hard to repeat that, and I'm not setting the bar, but the purple 5 is a big ball here. And backed up with this wall, is there really a gap of some sort? At worst, he could kick behind the 2. Yeah, when the elites are playing that safety, they use a little bit more right to let the cue ball help you kind of tuck in and under that 5 off the second rail. Wow. Okay, I think he was actually going at the carom, the 2-3 carom. Didn't realize there was something in the way. four does play in the right side. I mean, keeping it simple. We talk about limited cue ball movement. I obviously feel like that's pretty straightforward due to where the purple 5 is. Yeah, and I know Frazier's a good player. I have not covered, I think, maybe one match in the last few years of him. Left-handed player. I think he felt like he might have caught that a bit wide right when he let it go, but it was good. I do see that he likes the low ball. Another one of them guys with the big open bridge. It baffles Earl Strickland how these younger guys, and obviously Frazier's born in '85, but a lot of the guys on tour nowadays using that power with the open bridge, and I just credit it to their technique because the cue can easily leave the hand when you need power with the open bridge. So if you got a soft backhand, it makes it pretty easy.
And Fraser Patrick looking to be in the clear once more as he arrives on these final 3. You know, it's really remarkable the style of some of the UK players, very reminiscent of some of the others familiar with, and you know, just the very simple cueing, very accurate cueing. It seems to be very effective as well. She looks to take a 2-0 lead here in her semifinal. I'm curious. Now, Scott, maybe you can chime in on this one, but Fraser Patrick, I'm sure you've seen him over the years competing, and perhaps you can give me a bit more background. As you know, I've seen him here and there, but I know you've had more first-hand experience to get some insight here.
Yeah, that's what I was just touching on. I think I've maybe covered him once in the last 3 years. I haven't had a lot to talk about with him, and I'm trying to analyze his style right now. He's really compact with the bridge, which I'm not against at all. But the open bridge is 4 to 5 inches from the cue ball, even when he's using a little bit of power, which is a little rare. Or more like 6 to 8 inches, what we see more often. Top ranking was 75th in the world back in 2014.
Very interesting there. I'll tell you, sometimes when you see a player competing, you know, it's kind of baffling. You know, they haven't, you know, performed on a higher stage at times, but just a testament to what type of talent is out there and, you know, the difficulty of the World 9-Ball Tour. As Georgiev looks to put his first point up here. Looks to have an open spread, but still needs to put them down.
Yeah, it should be good in line here. I mean, the bridge over the 9 makes it a little hesitant to use an inside ball. I don't know if he is bridged over the 9. Maybe I'm misreading that a little bit. Okay, he's behind it. Makes it a little easier. You'd just like to get out to the left center of the table here. Natural outside ball, even better. Could cue it well. I believe Georgie has. Does he not spend a lot of time in New York City, Mike? I've thought he had.
You know, I've definitely seen him around. You know, he's definitely a very active player. But I'm not sure exactly where he likes to, kind of call home, so to speak. But if there's an event, he's definitely at it. Looks to be very clear now. Kind of the last strong positional shot he's going to need to come with here, and should be home free. Cue ball got away from him just a bit there. And I'm sure he'll recover nicely. And recover nicely. Indeed, he did. And Georgiev coming off of a win against Lucas Fracasso-Werner. His previous match, I believe the scoreline there was 11-4. And wiggling that 8 ball in. Gonna take a deep breath before shooting this 9, but us all wondering just for a fraction of a second there. But he is going to complete the run out. We got a 2-1 scoreline. Yeah, early exit in the final 8 for the hopeful Lucas Fracasso-Werner. Still performing very well, but as we know, in a single elimination round, it could be one set, could go either way, and sometimes things just don't go your way. And you're just going to have to accept it and move forward. But out of the last 4 events, Lucas making the final in 2 of those. And in this event here, Georgiev eliminates him, moves forward to the semifinal. And again, we're down to 4 players. These 2 gentlemen are going to do battle, and we will see one of these 2 in the final of the event. That'll be in just a short time. We have to get through this battle currently. All right, to the break.
Yeah, both of these players got $3,400 locked up with an opportunity to win 6, up to $9,000 for first place. Long distance here, buried the 1. Now he needs to bury the blue. And the tricky part here is the cue ball kind of going in that awkward line. It's never really a fun shot, I can promise you that. You'd love to be tracking kind of towards the 7. It's a little hard to tell. The overhead. Yeah, is that what he's looking at there? Is he looking at the line of the 7, or is he playing something different? Yeah, okay, I was wondering if he was chipping it the way he looked at it. Pretty heady play there to understand this wall over here, whether he got there or not. I really like the decision. Could have actually afforded to catch it a bit thicker, and the cue ball just gets over to the right even more. Going to the air. I do not know what he's measuring out there. He went to the left long rail first. I'm assuming he's expecting the 2 ball to go 3 rails off the brown. And maybe just kind of park the cue ball there. If he hits it square, oftentimes going to catch the left side of the 2 here. A little too much, though. Well, another really good shot with a jump cue. I mean, one of the better ones I've seen this week, to be fair, to keep that cue ball spinning with a low ball, checking off the long rail. That is strong. Yeah, really, where's the future in jumping at this with where the 3 is at? He's got a snooker stance in a lot of ways, especially when he's over the ball. And that's short by a country mile. That will sting a little bit. 3 plays in the side where the green 6 is. Don't know if Fraser Patrick has a snooker background or more of an English 8-ball background. Yeah, looking to see if you should stay below the 4 on this side of the 9. Now maybe changing his mind to go to the corner. He just doesn't want to be too steep on the 4. That's why I was wondering if you'd take a peek from there, because I think you can afford to go forward. Sometimes the most simple thing seems to want to elude us in this sport, just by walking over, taking a peek. Allowed him that.
Georgie looking to tie us up here. I'll tell you, he's played this rack very clean. And that missed 2-rail kick from Fraser Patrick. Going to give up a point here. A little bit of misjudged action there on the cue ball. Fraser taking on that kick shot. You wouldn't expect that. But nonetheless, we're tied up now, 2 games apiece. And, you know, Scott, you touched on the style of Fraser Patrick, similar to a snooker stance. And, you know, I commented on that, you know, a bit early on when I first saw Fraser in the event. And, you know, kind of reminiscent of some of the UK players that I've gotten familiar with. Of course, the great Chris Melling and, you know, the likes of Tom Cousins and Greg Waddingham, you know, with some of the Ultimate Pool events been involved in. And, you know, it seems like they really have a certain way about it, even the way that they chalk their cues. And I think it's really a culture thing. And I think they take some of their cues, no pun intended, from the snooker players, regardless if that is their discipline.
Yeah, it's interesting. And Frazier's definitely like a forward lunging style. All right, he's buried the 1. Big movement on the 9. Does the 2 open up? Yeah, I don't know if it'll be the jump cue or the rollout. I believe he's snookered, but I have been fooled with this before. Only concern with the jump cue is if you do happen to bury it, where are you going? Are you kind of going into the 9-6? That would help you, actually, I think, versus letting the cue ball get away. He's pretty good with the jump cue, though. We saw the low safety that he used in the last game. I mean, the safety he played with that jump cue, length of the table, 3 railing, the 2, 1 railing the cue ball back over to the same side of the table was quite impressive. Airborne completely straight off the table. I guess the concern there was the 8. It was quite a distance from the cue ball, and he has flown it. So now I'm wondering, was it a fluke? The first jump shot, I'm just kidding, but still. Yeah, that was a little misjudged there. Yeah, really forward lunged Fraser Patrick, if that makes sense. All the body weight is more forward than typically see. Like everything is crouched forward versus kind of the weight equaled out onto the back and front leg. Here he's all the way forward. Mike, I'm going to step back for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Thank you.
No problem, Scott. And, interestingly enough, we did find out that Fraser Patrick was a snooker player indeed, and actually just transitioned into pool just about 18 months ago. And you know how accurate the snooker players can be with their cueing, so it's no secret, no surprise why Fraser Patrick is able to compete and pull the way he does. And I feel like a lot of players from the snooker background, they see some of the matches going on in the World 9-Ball Tour, and it's really just intriguing to be able to get out there and compete, play this different discipline, and of course different equipment and different rules. Tell you what, though, a cueist will be able to get the job done. You learn the rules, let them use that talent in the back arm, and just let the ball fly into the pockets. In some cases, it's nice to get that simplicity into the game of 9-ball. Is Fraser Patrick going to pull ahead here? keeping it very simple. And as we talk about time and time again, that, there's really no reason to work the ball when you don't need to. Keep the game very simple and minimal cue ball movement. But we did find the answer to that question. He is a snooker player. And it looks like Fraser going to step back just for a moment. And with that, we're going to take a quick word from our sponsor. Be right back with that. All right, and it looks like our players have returned to table side. And Scott, while you were away, we did get an answer to that question about Fraser Patrick coming into pool just 18 months ago, approximately, coming from the snooker discipline. So, yes, he is a snooker player.
All right, good information. I guess you can clearly see it with the wide elbow and the way he's stanced. I mean, boy, I'll tell you what, Mike, you and I might be able to at least get 3 balls here. I know I could run at least 2. The 3's no problem. The 4 might be a problem, but this is a great break shot.
And it looks like everything should be out in the open and clear, but as we know, things can get tricky, especially if your mind goes into the parameters of the event and the situation you're in. And I'll tell you, whoever wins this match, they're going to be in for it with Oliver. Winner of this will play winner from Oliver and Hunter Lombardo. We're going at it right now. Tell you what, though, the way he was breaking, so tough. So tough to fade that. Literally perfect layouts. Consistent every rack. Scott, I mean, you think Hunter's going to be able to contest with that? We haven't seen him on the feature table, but, I mean, what a performance that was.
Yeah, something I'm noticing in Frazier's game is he tends to have a pretty exaggerated pause. I know a lot of you out there think that that's probably the right way to go, or some of you do, but just know that most of the elites have gotten away from that because of the conscious decision that the brain has to make once the cue stops in the back. For a long time, certain people were coaching that, and it really can cause decelerations, accelerations. Now, there are some people that have it. Chris Melling has an extreme pause in the back, and he's aware of it, but this has just been his game, and I'm sure this is Frazier's game. It probably induced with some of the snooker background, and it works for them. But for the most part, what we've learned is the brain has to take over once that hand stops in the back. And then all of a sudden you have to really focus on the speed at which you're hitting it, and a lot can go wrong at that point for a lot of people. I'm speaking more for amateurs because the pros really have gotten away from it for the most part.
Well, it's going to be Fraser Patrick taking a 2-game lead here as he goes up 4-2 in that snooker background, allowing him to pot balls like a champion. Right down the center. And looks like Georgi Georgiev still playing very solid, but mishitting that jump shot, and it kind of compounded there, sent it flying across the room. But he did have a nice jump shot earlier, that return safety. And that was by way of the air again. And as we prepare to get into rack number 7, it's Georgi Georgiev to break. And again, trailing 2 games, still plenty of pool on the agenda as we race to 11 in the semifinal matchup.
Real good focus on the cue ball there. Yeah, the hit, they make it look easy. It's not what it looks. But here's what we'll notice from the boys' last match versus this match. The cue ball ending up real low down here with both of these guys most often versus Sholnaki and Teucher, where you got to feel like they're kind of aware, and I've touched on this often. I feel like the more these guys play with this break shot, the more they're starting to realize it's cue ball more out towards the center, meaning maybe dig into it a bit more. You're going to come away with a better shot more often than not. When you get these kisses down low and you're flush into the 9, well, this is where the cue ball is going to finish. And if the 2 is racked on any of their corners and even on the back, well, the 2 is often going to finish high. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to me if you're just trying to go flush into the 9 off 1-2 rails. If you're just trying to make the 9, it makes sense, but not really for position on the break shot. Looking at the rollout down here in the lower left corner. You might get this back. You can shave our left side of the blue 2, past the 7 to the top rail. Try and check the cue ball down, back down here towards the 9 and 4. You might be able to just roll the 2 up to the back side of the 7 and leak down behind the 6. That's another option. Probably a few that I'm overlooking. Like that one, and that is a real good play from the snooker background. That's one that I overlooked. I didn't feel like he could have that much control, especially leaving the 2 out in outer space like this. What a great shot by Fraser Patrick. Yeah, this is nasty. Can you get over the 8 here? It's looking at the swerve. Just thinking about the transition, going from the snooker background to American pool, and the difference in the weight and balls. I know when I played 3 cushion, I got addicted to it. I played it for about a year at Best Billiards in Las Vegas. Oscar, Shane, we all just started playing it when we weren't gambling, playing other games. When I tried to transition back to American pool, it was a big struggle going from them heavy balls to the lighter ball. Well, the same with Fraser Patrick, so I wonder how easy it was to make that transition.
Unbelievable
man.
that he hit that gap right there, kicking and going right into the side pocket. Unbelievable.
You know, kidding Mike, he earned ball in hand here. There's no question. Still very impressed with the tuck up behind the 8. $773 is his Fargo. Okay. There was a little let up right there. The big pause in the backswing, there was a little let up, and I'm not trying to like look for that, but I noticed the let up. Didn't get through the cue ball the way he'd wanted to. The Q-tip come up just a hair. Wanted to dig into it a bit more. The pause was exaggerated. Did not want to make contact with the pink 4. He will be okay. Got a clean cut to the side. I like how he goes to the corners. Keeps it very simple this way. Doesn't force any cue ball movement that's not necessary. The old IPT tour. Ronnie O'Sullivan come over to the States. And the big talk back then was that he was just going to run the tour over. Because he is great, probably the greatest ever in the snooker background. He really, really struggled for a long time. A little flat here. 8's not a problem. Good swing.
Yeah, looks like he's got everything under control here. And interesting, you bring up the great Ronnie O'Sullivan and the snooker background and kind of coming over to the 9-ball discipline. You know, struggling a bit. But, you know, being great at one is not necessarily great at another. It seems like Fraser Patrick has a game of 9-ball under control for the most part here. You know, I think that, you know, as things get more square, if you will, template racks and, you know, different types of, you know, guidelines to the game, I think that, you know, just a great cueist might be able to get a hold of the game a bit more so now than perhaps in the past with, you know, trivial breaks and things of that nature. And, of course, the better equipment available to the players. But now we sit 3 games ahead, Fraser Patrick. And Georgie Georgiev going to take a quick second away from the table. So, you know, definitely noticed something different about Fraser as he, you know, went through this event. And I'm not sure if he's going to hold through this match here just yet, but so far, so good. Very solid play. Definitely holding the pressure on Georgiev. And of course, we are at the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. We're live here at On Cue, Front Royal, Virginia. And we're down to just 4 players after starting with 63 this past Friday. And one of these two gentlemen will make their way to that final match. It's going to be a race to 13 in that final. And it's Hunter Lombardo playing against the previous match we just watched between Marco Tuscher and our good friend Oliver Zolnocki. And tell you what, if Oliver's able to repeat that type of performance, I think the best players in the world will be having their hands full. Really just solid play the whole way through. And we are going to check in on Hunter and Oliver from time to time. See how they're making out. And we're going to try to get a score update there. It looks like Oliver's up 4-2 over Hunter currently. And right now, Fraser Patrick to the break. This is rack number 8. He's up 5-2.
And this isn't going to finish the way he liked. He will actually 3-railed around. I'm pretty sure it got a kiss, but it was still in line to go 3 rails. This is going to be a rollout. Decision is where. Red 3 provides a big pocket from anywhere up top with the blue 2. The jump shot just not on, the 6 too far from a cue ball. You could roll out to a closer jump, especially with where the red 3 is. I don't know that that's the worst decision in the world. Gives you a lot of room to miss hit the 2 to the left side of the table, still make it. Definitely do not like any type of kick at this point. I really don't know. Coming down table is dangerous, meaning over in the lower right corner. Do not mind pushing out. I don't know how Fraser is, being a snooker player or a background snooker player. Now, he's played American pool for quite a while. We've talked about him for several years. Might leave him flat. Like, I don't like leaving him by the side pocket. It looks like he's going to come all the way down. Yeah, he's not going to get this back, I don't believe. Yeah, he's left him a whole part of the 2 ball here. So typically not going to get it back at that point, at this level. And where do you go? You'd love to get back down where he's at now. I mean, he could attack to the upper left. I don't feel like the left side pocket is real doable. Cross side potential. Low ball here. Yeah, I like the decision. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but I think it was a real good choice. Those were big balls to get behind, and the 9 was always going to be there. Excuse me, Georgie feels like he's left a gap. He sees it from behind. Fraser looking from the front. Yeah, I think he's just chipping this to the top side. Oof, living on the edge. Probably coming back down here towards the back. The 4, 7, and 9. Pretty thin hit. You could lose the cue ball to the side pocket points or the corner if you don't catch it right. Very, very well done. He feels like he's left a gap again. Kind of joking. Having a good time. Like to see it. Yeah, I don't know. Is he just banking this back down towards the 3? He got bigger plans. That'll do. Yeah, once again, just, hard for us to tell exactly where this is at, but you would think he can bank the 2 up table with a high ball. Maybe just a touch of right spin to help the 2 to the right side of the table. Even better if you can use a low ball. Oh yeah, he could get to all that. What's he doing? He's lost it into the corner. I didn't feel like he needed the low ball to do all that. He had a big wall with the 4, 7, and 9. And if you are using a low ball, you obviously just cut it a lot more than he had expected. I think he was trying to turn the 2 a little bit too much there with that outside. Yeah, very snookery. Long back arm, all the way to the back of the cue, even in short range. He's a big guy. Looks to fit the gap, or does he want to come down between the 8 and 9? And he parked there, somewhere in that range. Yeah, I think he's just punching out. Has a great transition. Really nice stroke. Talking about the entire finish is good. Just wrapping around twice here. He can afford to get straight on the 5 if he has to, due to where the 6 is at. Perfect. Sayonara.
Yeah, sayonara indeed. Fraser Patrick showing that snooker style becoming very effective here on this 9-foot diamond table. And we talk about that pause, and again, very reminiscent of some other players from that neck of the woods. I should say from that corner of the planet. And very effective in this case. And he's still got a 3-game lead here. And as these last few fall in, looking to increase that. And one more. 6-2. Race to 11. Still plenty of pool to play, especially with this alternate break format. However, this is a great head start for Fraser Patrick as he pulls ahead 6 games to 2. And I'd like to ask permission to make that shirt on your behalf, Scott. Very snookery. I'm going to steal that one. Going to have to put that on the website. I really use that one, but that very snookery style indeed coming through. Again, going into pack number 9, Fraser Patrick with a 4-game cushion, and looks to be Georgiev, who's not really gotten a hang of this cloth just yet, or I should say this table in general, and losing the cue ball and drawing it right into that bottom corner pocket, losing control. So really needs to make that adjustment and get things under control, or Fraser Patrick's going to walk away with it. Here we go, rack 9.
Yeah, he's not let up on the break at all, but the cue ball's still a little bit low. Gonna come away with a look. It's not terrible either. I think it leads him okay to the 3. It actually leads him quite well to the 3. You just got to make up your mind. Do you stay to the straight in line on the 3, or do you want to come out past the 9? I think the straight in line is obviously much better if you can hold. This just looks a little steep, so I guess he's going to turn this quite a bit. Kind of like a soft stun. Yeah, really good. Trickle forward here. Just don't let up. You can afford to go to the corner versus being short. That's good. Oh, perfect. Really one more good shot, 5 to the 6. He can actually fall pretty straight on the 5 just to beat the 9. I think all is well.
Yeah, very well struck ball there. Sorry, Scott.
Mike. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. I was just about to say a little overdrawn. It's not going to pose a problem, I wouldn't expect, but easy. You mentioned yesterday when they're hitting it a little easier, this table continues to run with that light draw.
Yeah, indeed, Scott. And Looks as though Georgie's trying to get himself some bearings here. He's been a little bit softer in this match, I want to say. Still keeping his mind focused, but the execution falling short in some cases. But Fraser Patrick putting Georgie in some very tough situations. Some of his defensive shots really effective. But Georgie Georgiev going to be taking rack number 9. He's going to fall great on this 9 ball. But again, alternate break. He's got a little bit of ground to make up. But we do have a longer road as we're going to 11. But both players fighting for that seat in the final. And remember, on our other side, we have an identical score with Hunter Lombardo and Oliver Solnocki, 6-2. And our current match now moving to 6-3, but seems like a similar pace and similar score line, so somewhat of a race to that final match. Really enjoying my time here at WNT Front Royal, Virginia. Everyone's been very accommodating, both the staff and the players. And again, the players really enjoying this setup here at the venue. No traffic, no patrons, no distractions, just our own corner of the world to compete in. And here we go. Rack number 10, Fraser Patrick to break.
Yeah, he uses a lot more wrist there on the break shot from what I see. Cue ball, once again, we talk about it, finishes low. Oftentimes not going to come away with a look on the blue. Don't know if he can get the right edge. Still don't know this is a good look. I don't believe so. He'd love to be able to get the right edge, because if he could, I think he could wrap it with a left ball. Just send the 2 over past the 5 and swing around back here behind the 3-7. Maybe you just roll out to that little gap there between the 3 and 9 if it's possible. Kind of touchy, I guess. Could maybe tie the 3 up to the 7 and leave some type of jump on the 2 over the 9. Yeah, I'm not knocking it at all. He's got great snooker background, which there's a lot of moving in the game. But typically when you're just leaving an open field like this with a full ball, you're not going to get it back typically. Now with the 3 finishing where it did, there's a chance, but I highly doubt it. I think he can bank the 2 up towards like the centered diamond on the top rail. Just kind of float back here past his head, past the 9 or the 7. Yeah, like so. It's a little heavy, meaning he's a little high on the 2. He'd like to be a little straighter, more where the 5 is at, ideally. So he's going to have to kind of spin this quite a bit. I don't even mind banking it almost towards the upper right versus this favorable rub. Very favorable. Otherwise, it was open season. I'd consider this with the 8 where it's at. Makes everything pretty big down there. I'd consider jumping it and just trying to create distance, maybe slamming the 2 into the 3. Let's see how this finishes here. Yeah, the 8's such a big ball down there. It's always going to be pretty easy bringing the 2 down like that. I felt like maybe consistent or considering the jump and just leaving distance, trying to stick the cue ball on that top rail. Yeah, with the little wider pocket, a lot of times these guys want to come straight out without using the rail. He might use the lower rail. No, he came straight out. Landed perfect. And here's that open bridge. Open bridge, drawn at length of the table. Now, obviously, he's a little closer to his work. Really good. No issue with the power, that's for sure.
That looks to really seal the deal. Yes, Georgiev to answer back. Got to close this gap a bit. 6-3 down. And he'd get within 2. He finished this one. He's going to arrive perfectly on his final 9 balls. So, a couple of errors earlier on in the set, but Fraser Patrick still remains in the lead. 6 games to 4 now. Okay, we've got a nice battle going on here. Definitely contrasting styles, and we've seen Georgie just a little uncomfortable with certain shots here, misjudging some of them, but, you know, as Scott has remarked, you know, some of these exchanges, especially in the push-out position that we've seen from Fraser Patrick, you know, not really something you'd want to continue to go with as far as decisions are concerned. Leaving an entire ball for a professional to shoot at, you know, it might work once in a while, but over time, not likely. So perhaps just a bit of strategy to maneuver there. But nonetheless, here we go. Rack number 11. It's Georgie Georgiev to break. He's down 6 games to 4.
Yeah, this is far from over. You get the sense? Really consistent, but he's lost Snowburger in the side. The 4-5-9. Goose drank wine. Is it available? It looks close. Frazier taking a nosy. Yeah, mean, this is a great angle here. I mean, it looks wired for sound anywhere up top center table. Yeah, anything can happen, right? You still have a few inches between each ball, so anything can obviously happen, but it looks real sweet. Maybe a little steeper than you want to be there. You're going to just draw out 2 rails here. You're coming inside the 8, 1 rail. Most likely going to keep it fairly simple, whatever that is. Should be fine. Yeah, I feel like if you did miss this, it'd be thick.
Well, he's not going to miss that one, Scott. He drains the combination using that very accurate cueing of his. And he's going to go up 7 games to 4 and maintaining a 3-game cushion. And I'll tell you, it seems like we go at this pace, Fraser Patrick may just edge out Bulgarian. But still a little bit of pool to be played here. Fraser within 5. 4, I should say. Well, good thing they don't pay me to do the math, Scott, huh?
It's been a long few days.
Almost.
You're forgiven.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I arrived here on Tuesday. Began with the setup there, and I've just been doing what we need to do day in and day out. And I'll tell you, regardless of the long nights and long days, lack of sleep, wouldn't change it for the world, Scott. Really enjoying myself out here.
I'm with you.
Well, here we go. This is rack 12. And Fraser Patrick to break.
Yeah, really a little bit of a different release on his break shot. It's more of like a snap from the wrist versus like a fluid, strong transition, and it works for him. There is a cut to the side here. There is a cross to the side, but he has opted for the cut more often than not, and can't fault him by any means. Whatever he chooses, I'm betting on it. Pretty self-explanatory here. Looks like he's keying up for the 6 on the left side. The way he walked around, that could change. It's another thing, though, that I have noticed is he's really gone out of his way to keep the cue ball movement pretty limited. And obviously in snooker as well, right? You're in tight packs, and it's a big thing when you're around the reds. You want to keep that cue ball tight. I would assume that he's a real good 8-ball player as well. He works well in tight areas.
And it looks like he's going to continue the success here. UK native Fraser Patrick pull ahead 8 games to 4 now. Double his opponent's score. Approaching that finish line. Now it's looking as though might make his way through there, and gotta be honest, Georgi Georgiev, not seeing the greatest performance from him, but Fraser Patrick not giving him much room to breathe. Needing just 3 games now. Fraser staying very solid, very consistent. And this is kind of what we expected from him. You know, the first 2 days of the event, really saw the same things. Just pure consistency, both from the break and the shots after the break as well. So, rack 13 it is. And Georgiev to break. Looking to put something together. Needs to string some racks together. Try to get a few more on the board. Here we go.
Yeah, it starts with 1, and here it is. He's got to get a look. Got to get that cue ball up a little bit more. You see, this cue ball continues to finish low. It's making everything a bit tougher. And I think what happens there is that the Q-tip, and obviously he's getting kissed low. But you've still got to get kissed from the bottom of a ball to get kissed low. So what I think's happening there is the Q-tip's coming up on contact. Yeah, and I think you've got to just put your big boy pants on and elevate just a bit here. You're going forward. Or I think you feel like you've got to hit this a little firmer going forward. Oh no, he elevated. I was misled. Well done. What a strike. Smoked it in. Definitely different styles, right? He's got the longer bridge, straighter elbow, that longer open bridge. Nothing right or wrong about it. Do you feel like the longer bridge when you're open? You know, if there's any hesitation in the backhand, it can feel it in the front. A lot more distance to miss hit the cue ball.
As Georgi Georgiev to close out this one here. He's going to answer back, but still a bit more work to do. Going to have to look for some errors from Fraser Patrick, who seems to be very solid thus far in this semifinal matchup. Remember, down to just 4 players overall. And again, we've been checking in on our other matchup there, and it looks like Hunter Lombardo is still at just 2 games. Oliver Lunaki at 9. Looking like everything goes according to plan.
He's going to be tough to beat, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, Oliver. I mean, that break and just his consistency there, that was just one heck of a performance, and that's going to be tough to beat for anyone in the world, especially as he's gotten 3 days to get comfortable here. So, going to be Fraser Patrick back up now, and again, he's within just a few games getting into that final matchup. So, see if he can continue this performance and make his way to that winner's circle.
Watch the wrist here. Don't know if you can quite see it as much. Watch out, cue ball. That's what we really need to be looking at. Yeah, I don't know if that got a kiss or if he just went 1-2 cross side. I believe it was just direct. Trying to find the trouble. I guess maybe that's the trouble. I don't really see much. Look at that long bridge from there. Not saying it's right or wrong. Cue all the way at the back of the cue. Probably 12 or 13, 14-inch bridge. And we talk about it, and I do not recommend that for an amateur player, but these guys play all day, every day. A little different. Joshua Filler, what, 2.5, 3 years ago, was much more compact than he is now. But Filler, the best player in the world, arguably, and hits hundreds of balls every few days. It's just from that thumb to the cue ball where things can go a little wrong here and there, right? So if you tighten that bridge up just a bit, meaning a little more compact to the cue ball, less waver on the tip going forward. Stark contrast with Fraser Patrick, where he is literally like 5 inches or less to the cue ball with the open bridge. Yeah, nice there. I was an open bridge player as well, right? 90% of my play was open bridge. I'm definitely not knocking it. I'm just touching on the differences. Whereas the era prior to me, the Buddy Halls, the Earl Stricklands, much more closed bridge. Yeah, making this look pretty sweet here. Don't feel like he's played badly at all. I think it was a difference maybe in a couple of safeties and really the break shot. not getting a look, scratching on the break. I mean, that's really been the difference. I don't feel like he's made very many mistakes. I think he missed a ball early in the match. Game number 14. Georgiev within 2. Not going away quietly. And it looks like he's going to run to the men's room. Frazier going to take the glove off and do the same. And we'll be right back. Yeah, and a good time. I do want to thank Digital Pool on Q Sports Bar for having me and everybody else. Sponsors, Falkland Sports, Universal Cues, CPBA Cloth, Taum Billiards, one of my sponsors. Diamond Tables, In the Box Apparel, been sponsoring our podcast for, well, since day one. Lakeside Enterprises, Hammerbacher Instructing, Ship the Cash. And big thanks to the tournament directors, Chris Wilburn, also the co-organizer Brandon Schuff, Mike DeMarco. Thank you guys. Thank you all for joining in. All right, Frazier is back. Green light. And so consistent with the 1. Just tough on the 2. See where he pointed his cue there. A little bit of insurance where the 6 is at. He'd like to get the 2 up top, tucked below the brown. He's got backdoor options with the 3 and 4. Doesn't get behind the brown. Nah, he's just kind of let up a little bit there. Either that or caught the 2 just a bit thin. Maybe a bit of both. A lot of distance, though. Not easy. You could thin our right edge of the 2. Come back around to the left side of the table. Could bank the 2 Yeah, kind of down towards this lower right side and try and creep behind the 9 and 3. Could send the 2 back down here towards the 7. Yeah, dangerous. Don't know. Don't see a lot of panic from Georgie. I don't know if he can go rail first here or not. Yeah, probably going to be a pretty thick hit because the 2 is so close to the rail. You got to assume the 7 might be at play. What in the heck happened there? He made a heck of a cut on the 5. Welcome back, Mike DeMarco.
Thank you, Scott. And it looks like Georgie hasn't made the necessary adjustments. You know, he's still making some of these errors, but close the gap a little bit. You know, he did win the last 2 games. We were looking at 8-4 just a short time ago, but is it too little too late? Fraser Patrick walks away with this, or? I mean, it seems so consistent, Scott. I don't know if he's going to let Georgie back into this one.
Yeah, he had a pretty good opportunity there. I mean, I don't know why he was hitting it. I mean, even if he just shaved the top side of the 2 and sent it to the bottom rail and swung the cue ball around going rail first, I think still would have been in pretty good control. What's he looking at here? Is there a potential 3-9? Would he consider it? I don't think there's any reason. You can get back for the side on the red 3, but the distance he's leaving between the cue ball and the 2. Got to be real accurate here. Cue ball could easily come off that side rail. Oh boy, he gets into it very well. Actually, I think a lot more than he wanted to. Why? Felt like a little closer to the 2 and making sure you get back to the back rail and out. And have a little distance on the 6. I guess you can force forward and get a little straighter than I thought initially. Nice level cue. Once again, though. Oh, boy. Here we go. He said the corner got him. Things are happening.
No, this is definitely the opportunity that Georgie was looking for. Fraser Patrick looked like, you know, he's kind of pointing at the corner there, but seemed like he kind of rushed the get down and the execution there, in my opinion. Oh, perhaps the door is open, but Georgie going to walk through and we get back into this one. I mean, very likely to get this one as the balls are open. That would put him within one. So perhaps this match is closer than it seemed just a short time ago. Again, Georgie winning the last two games. Now we were at 8-4. We're looking at 8-6, potentially 8-7. Can you see anything going to hold him back here, Scott? I mean, this looks pretty straightforward.
Yeah, he's got a big stretch, all ball fouls, and that's the only thing he's concerned about. He's got a big stretch and a big bridge, but doesn't have to get too quick here. Yeah, table handles these really well.
One more up and down with the cue ball here. A float up or the 8 and the 9. Likely the same pocket. Be very simple for a player of Georgie this caliber. He's definitely not taking anything for granted here. He's had a tough match so far. Been trailing most of the time, so to make sure, just double check his work as he executes this straightforward 7. He's going to get pretty straight on this 8 ball. Still should be just fine. A few options to get on the 9. Should be able to just clear these. Very easy. And Georgiev making a little comeback here. This is going to make it 8-7, and he's won 3 games straight now. So perhaps we do have a little battle as we get to the final racks of this one. Again, we are in the semifinal. I'm going to check back in on our other semifinal match in just a moment, and looks like that match has ended. So we can confirm where we are in the event overall. And it is Angelo Bardo falls 11-2 to the hot shooting Oliver Zolnocki. We just saw him previous match on the feature, and boy, what a performance he put together. Somebody's going to take on Oliver in the end. Right now, Fraser Patrick leading 8-7. This is rack at 16.
And there's the snap. Looking to see if the 2 is clear, and I don't believe it's fully on. Yeah, things getting a little sideways. Frazier been pretty containing most of this match. Big miss on the pink 4. Yeah, it's tightened things up quite a bit. And once again, maybe not the best in the push-out department. If there was a weakness that I could just kind of call out, I'm not saying that it's a big weakness because there's so many variables in the rollout and so many different things you can do. But typically when you're rolling out and never getting it back, it's a good sign that you might want to think it through a bit more, to say it politely. And this is probably one of the better rollouts he's had that I've seen. Still think there's a huge option to chip the 2 to the left long rail, come around the 7, back behind the 5 and 9, leaving the 2 up top. There's probably other options that I'm not touching on. You got it back. I would be shocked if Frazier does not just edge the right side of the 2, sending it to the long rail, then up top towards the center diamond. Unless I'm seeing this wrong, I feel like just a touch of right spin, level Q. Gonna come around the 7, 1, 2, back down, or 1, 2, back down towards the 5, behind it. Yeah, I felt like this was pretty natural. He actually caught more of the 2 than I expected to. So he mishit it slightly. Still got there. I think Georgie overlooked one there. Interesting. So the 7 must be pretty close to wired here to the lower right, looking to jump the 5, kick into the back of the 2. Key here is to keep a square cue ball real easy to put a little unintended side spin on it when you're so elevated. And once you find that aim point on the top rail, I think you've really got to dial into the cue ball. I like to stay square on the top end of it. Any side spin, you're going to mishit the 2. Yeah. Didn't really see any character on the cue ball, meaning side spin. I think it was maybe just a little bit misjudged. All right, what's he got up his sleeve? The cross side, I really kind of like it. Just drop down. You go into the side pocket here. I feel like you can play this cross side and backdoor with the 3-ball wall. This is missable. Let's not forget, last rack he missed the 4 in the right side. To stretch it to 3 games. You got to hit this pretty easy, and you want to hit it wide. Well done. Did he get there? He has arrived. How thin did he get here? Is it really a problem? A little thin. Come in between the 7 and 9 and come all the way out. Just staying short. Well done.
Yeah, well done indeed. Looks like Fraser Patrick going to get himself within 2. And although Georgiev has made a little comeback trail, perhaps it's not enough at this point. I did notice that after Razor had played a shot there, he kind of moved his arm around and kind of grabbed his shoulder as if he was tightening up a little bit. So perhaps on day 3, he's starting to feel a little burn in that back arm. I mean, he still seems to be hitting the ball well, but it's just a telltale sign that there's something going on. Sometimes the players can tell us things that they're not actually saying. Right now, 9-7. And again, the winner, we go forward. Play the not shooting Oliver Dolnoki. Right now, Bulgarian Georgiev to break. Rack 17.
Really has been great with the 1. And just not easy. Cue ball going away from position here if he goes to the upper left, which is really the only place you can go. I would assume, unless he feels comfortable going to the upper right, but I don't think that's on. He's eyeing it down. So does he think he can hold to the right side of the table? You notice the cue ball just a little on the inside of the 2 here, and obviously over the 3. And he's getting into the cue ball well, so I don't think there's a problem holding. It's all a matter of burying the 2. Overcut. Can you tuck him under the purple 5? Or do you take the bank on? Just thinning the top side of the 2 here. Coming down, he's caught it too thick. I've seen some weaknesses here as of late. We've really had the entire table to get below down here on the pink. 7, 3, 8, 9. Typically under pressure is when the pause will get a little bit tougher. I like the decision to attack there. Got a little love off the point. Look at this. I think there's a 2-way play, playing the combination and tucking below the 7 and 4. Splitting your focus here, but you can handle a really good cue ball. You do not have to hit this hard. Not really even splitting your focus. You already know that you're tucking with a center low ball. You just dial in on the 9 here. Really putting the time into it. I don't know if there's a concern of trying to get past the 7 because he's got to hit the 3 so thin, but I think it's on. All right. Change of plans. Wow. I feel like he's kind of got a free roll, going to the 9 here. Maybe thinking the 3 might trickle in the side off the 9. Still fall natural on the 4. Let's see what happens. He's not tucking the cue ball. What's going on here? He's just feathering the 3. Out of all that, you have just wasted at least 3 minutes of my life, Georgie.
Got to agree with you there, Scott. A little anticlimactic in that 3 ball. Thought we were going to get to see a nice combination or perhaps a safety. Just kind of feathered it.
Oh, wow. I take it back, Georgie. You did everything correct.
Yeah, what a result there.
Hit. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, what a result there. You know, we're giving it to him, giving him the 12th degree, and lo and behold, he gets ball in hand out of the exchange. Perhaps a little frustration from Fraser Patrick waiting that long to have to kick at the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly wasn't intentional, right? But he just went, he was initially going to play the combination and last minute decided to just feather the ball. I get it. We've all done it. I was just having a little bit of fun, but I have noticed a little weakness in the swing in Fraser. The last couple of racks, there's been some movement. It's concerning. I feel like Georgie's fundamentals are getting a little bit stronger because he probably senses that from Fraser. Too many different European names here, by the way. Like to call that out. But yes, I think he senses a little weakness from his opponent. Maybe the air getting a little bit thin for both of them up there. Needs a little bit out of this. Yeah, okay. Thin and thinner. Don't know if he can hold here. Might be more comfortable to come around 4 rails. That's what he's looking at now. There's that long open bridge. Under the gun, it can cause some problems. Any tension in the back arm, you've got 12 inches from the thumb to the cue ball where it can kind of move on you. Any tension in the backhand, that front of the cue will exaggerate the movement. We're talking millimeters.
Yeah, unfortunate error there from Georgie Georgiev as he tries to mount that comeback. Now Fraser Patrick in the driver's seat. He's going to come a little bit long there. Still manageable. I don't think he really wanted to come that high on the 8 ball. But this would put Fraser Patrick on the hill. Could he finish this rack out? Look out, cue ball. He's going to get away with one just a bit there. Narrowly avoids the scratch. Fortunate for him. Speed control was on point. And this 9-ball will get him to that very comfortable number of 10 and on the hill. So Georgiev going to be thinking about that one for a bit. And I'll tell you, it's been a bit of a battle in the later stages of the match, but Georgiev not really coming through in the early matches, or I should say the early racks of this match. A couple of missed opportunities there, and we saw he launched the cue ball off the table. One of those jump situations. But in a little bit of a run in the center of this match. All right, here we go. Back number 18. Razor Patrick to break, and he is on the hill. Let's see if he can close it out with a clean break and run.
All right, can you do it one last time? You'd love to get a clean look. Well, we talk about getting the cue ball high. Well, this time, if it was low, he would have had a better shot. But he's got a clean look. Just not a fun one off this back rail. You'd think for an ex-snooker player, this is a piece of cake, but it's all relative. Not really the case. Well, he has earned that one without question. What a great hit. He has arrived safely to position. I'm pretty certain the snooker background didn't hurt on that play. Wants to get past the 4 here. That works. Well, could it be the Scottish player versus the Hungarian? In the final. You can see his movements are a little quicker than normal. Heart rate getting up just a bit. He caught that ball a little thick. I think he'll be fine here. Just get back far enough. In between, Mike.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you can see the haste. He's a bit anxious to get this match through and take a short break. We are going to have a bit of an intermission between this semifinal and our final match. It does look like going to arrive okay here. I want to say this is the most comfortable 8 ball you want to shoot while you're sitting on the hill, but in that snooker background helping him pop balls very accurately and consistently throughout this match. Really just letting the talent do its thing. And Fraser Patrick sitting on this 9 ball for the win. And there you have it, folks. Got Fraser Patrick over Georgi Georgiev 11-7. And he moves on to the final, where he will face Oliver Zolnocki in a final race to 13. We're going to be back with that in just a short time. And keep your eyes on the screen, as we'll be telling you exactly when we'll start that one. It's going to be about 1 hour before we begin that final match, so stand by for that. Be back with your final again. Fraser Patrick, Oliver Zolnocki, race to 13. Just a bit.
Day 3.
All right, Scott, are you there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, tell you what a road it's been. But we are down to the final two players, and we're going to get that started in just a moment. It's going to be Fraser Patrick coming through to the finals against Oliver Dolnoki. And both of these players very consistent throughout the event, and really excited to see these guys do battle. And in just a couple of minutes, I have these guys beginning their match. But what a road it's been. Of course, our previous feature match, Fraser Patrick over Georgi Georgiev, 11-7. And Oliver Dolnoki over Hunter Lombardo, 11-2. Really strong performance there. So, really looking forward to see these two go at it. In just a minute, we're going to go by to Mr. Madison Ortiz, who's standing by with both of our players. We're going to hear what they have to say about this event and their road through to the finals.
Madison Ortiz here live at OnQ Sports Bar and Grill for the finals of the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial. This is the moment of truth. I have Oliver Sanaki and Fraser Patrick here, and they're ready to battle it out. But I would be remiss if I didn't say a little honorary mention of Bob Stocks. He was a legend in our local area. He really appreciated good gambling and good competition, and he has that both here with these two gentlemen in front of me. I have 3 questions for you. What was the moment in the competition that really set the stage for you to get to where you are right now?
The last 16, I was hill with Guama Sanchez, and he's had the break. Luckily, he's landed snookered on the 2. A few safeties later, he's left me a long 2. I've potted it cleared up, so that was obviously a big moment. Could easily gone out there.
Excellent. And your moment?
Both the winner qualification that I won here with Marco Teucher and the quarterfinal again with Marco, I also won here. I managed to break and run heel in both games, so that was very helpful.
So you had some time on the TV table, Fraser. How are the conditions playing on that CPBA Royal Apex cloth? Are you think you ready for it? Has the table broken in?
Oh, it's been lovely. Obviously, the TV table wasn't used for the first few days practice-wise, so that's playing. The cushions are playing soft. The cloth's playing really fast, responsive, really nice.
And you, Oliver?
Sometimes it's a bit too slippery for me, so I run out of position more often than I want to, but I just, try to adapt.
Excellent. So what are you going to do to get the trophy and bring it home to Glasgow?
One.
That's
it. Try and win.
All right, Oliver, what's it going to take for you to carry the trophy home?
I just try my best, take it shot by shot and try to not give any free chances, and that's it.
Well, I'm going to send you 2 out to battle, and I'll send it back to you, Mike DeMarco and Scott the Freezer Frost. Good luck, gentlemen. You may lag for break.
All right, you heard it there. Both players very much ready and anxious to get out there and get this finals underway. Remember, final match is race to 13. And it's been a crazy road to get where we are right now. These final 2 players, Fraser Patrick and Oliver Solnocki. And I got to say, I couldn't call this one. Maybe give the break edge just a bit to Oliver. But consistency, Fraser Patrick, been very, very solid. So, again, we are at the finals, the 2026 Bob Stocks Memorial here at OnQ in Front Royal, Virginia. I am Mike DeMarco from Ship the Cash, and joining me for this lovely final match, the Freezer, Scott Frost.
Yeah, thanks again for having me, Michael. One last time. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, what are your thoughts on this one here? I mean, this is a lovely matchup here. We got the snooker style with the non-stop action from Oliver Solnocki. And this one, again, going to be very tight. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a final. They're both there for a reason. Wouldn't let the Fargo rates fool you, but Solnocki's break has been just kind of standing out above the rest and his game behind it. So I think Fraser's got his hands full, but we'll see. Anything can happen in a final.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. I mean, it really does usually come down to the break as a massive factor. And that being said, I mean, both players very consistent with the break. But we did see Fraser Patrick losing the cue ball a little bit low on the break a few times there. And right off the bat here, Oliver Solnocki is going to be our opening breaker. So immediate advantage to this young man. And last time he had the break off, golden break. Maybe he can repeat that type of fortune. We're going to find out right now.
All right, let's see if anything has changed. Yeah, it does not look like it. That's kind of what I'm talking about. The 2 coming out, but the cue ball above the 9, and it was above the 9. The 9 caught a little flick. Much stronger to have the cue ball finish above the 9 than below it, clearly. 2, more often than not, finishing up top Yeah, a little bit of back and forth here. 3 does not have a pocket to that corner. Pretty quick right now. Probably adrenaline up a little bit. Wants to get the show on the road. Yeah, he's feeling good. And clearly feeling good. I believe he beat Hunter Lombardo 11-2. And Hunter can play, so that's a pretty stout defeat in an alternate break format. And natural 1-2 down. More of the same so far from Shinaki. Game number 1, obviously a long way to go in a race to 13. If you're Fraser Patrick, you just sit back and wait for your opportunity, which will be next rack. A little surprised he didn't come to the second rail there. He feels good about it. That's fine. He has fallen a bit flatter. Big old gap there between the 7 and 8 you can fit. Or just come straight back, whatever he feels. Did make the semifinals of the World Nine Ball Championship 2021. Let's not forget that.
Seems as though nothing has changed, Scott. Oliver Solnocki looking very, very comfortable and confident this opening rack of the final. Doesn't seem like he has any nerves. Just ready to get it done and collect his cash and the trophy. But and Fraser Patrick, very, very formidable opponent, and possibly a new name we might get familiar with as he makes his run in the 9-ball world, coming from the snooker background. Oh, yep. It's really nice to see a little bit longer of a runway for these gentlemen and feel like their win or loss is not so trivial in this final. Adding a few more beads to their side. You know, racing shorter races like 9 or even 11. Sometimes you can't tell the difference between the players. You know, it's kind of just that's who won the next rack. I think that's a similar situation from what we saw with Marco and Oliver's match. Now, you really couldn't tell which player was really getting the job done more so. It's just a one-game victory there. So here we go. Fraser Patrick with his first inning at the table. See what he can come with.
Yeah, going to be another great result. Layout a little bit different. Big cluster down here low. 5-4. Going to be a bit of a challenge. Excuse me, the 4 to the 5. I've got dyslexia, but other than that, we're all good. 2 to the 3 is fine. And he's wide open. He can catch the 2 to third rail line, dropping down to the 5 off the 4. Good thing about fresh cloth. And this has gotten quite a bit of play, but you can really wrap tight out of this upper left corner here on the 4-ball. Very hard to scratch on the right side, so I expect him to wrap pretty tight out of that upper left. You just don't want to fall below the 5, clearly. There's the open bridge again. Longer bridge here. This is one of the longer bridges I've seen him use. Yeah, do you fall a little funny here? Can you just pinch back? Should be just fine.
Well, Scott, things don't look like they're changing much for either player. As Fraser Patrick looking like he's going to have a nice opening rack for himself. But again, I mean, we saw a near perfect match between Marco and Oliver. And, that one game making the decision. Of course, this is a longer road. You got to stay on it for a bit longer. But really nice stuff here from Fraser Patrick. Now again, the break successful. But had a little bit of extra work to do. A bit of traffic at the bottom. Could have no issues positing that 9-ball. And we're tied up 1 game apiece. We go into rack number 3. Can really appreciate the level of play here. These last few matches, of course, we know that the top players usually will make it to the end. But still, quite an impressive performance by our finalists. Really just setting the bar very high. And rightfully so. You are going to compete in the finals of a professional event. That level should be way up there. So it's Zolnacki to the break. Rack 3. A very, very specific place he likes to put that cue ball. Eyeing up his contact point. Let's see what he can deliver.
Watch out. Oh, he got a good flick from the 2. Might not have the shot he wants on the 2, but I'll tell you what, the cue ball was in the drink there in the side pocket. The 2 saved the day. You see the 6 and 4, there's a little concern there trying to tuck behind those 2. I think he'll go to the inside of the 2 or the left side from the direct line of the table and wrap around towards the back of the 3. Pretty well cut off here. Might be a jump kick. Wondering if we can get straight on view here. Thank you. Yeah, so he might be, yeah, he can definitely get to the left long rail. I don't know that you want to go 3 rails behind it, though. Can you get any speed on it? Maybe tougher to hit as well because he had to spin the cue ball so much. Maybe just 1 rail directly at it would have paid off, especially with the 4 the way it was. Never know. That was a tall order, the way he played that ball. Yeah, falling in line. I don't think he got too flat here, and the purple 5 is in good position. 4 laying over the corner. No real trouble for the Hungarian. There's the closed bridge. Back and forth. He just took a look at the green 6. Wants to make sure he doesn't catch a piece of that coming out. Yeah, doesn't want to catch a piece of the 8. Very good. Life is good for Shalnaki. He has played really solid this week.
I want to mention I saw that Oliver was here days in advance and warming up. Practice partner was Vitaly Petsura. He looked very good in warm-up and carried that into the event. Of course, preparation key, especially at this level and on this stage. He was feeling very confident before he even struck the first ball of the event. Closes this one. He's going to go ahead. 1 game. 2-1 now for Oliver Solnocki. Yeah, we've had a nice 3-day event here. And it's kind of bittersweet as we get to this final match. You kind of want to just see the action continue and sweat some more of these matches, but you know, someone's got to win. On to the next one. Started with 63 players. Came back with our final 16 today. And we've whittled our way down to these 2. And we're going to be watching for Fraser Patrick to repeat his success on the break. Looks like he is prepared. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, look at this. I believe it's going to open up. The 8 going to act a little funny. Just a thin snip. 2 shouldn't go very far. High ball here. Maybe a pinch of inside. Don't see any trouble. Just want to stay to the back of the 5 here. Is he dragging this with a low ball? That's fine. Oh, wow. Don't know how he was cueing that. Looked like he was in between dragging it with a low inside and then at the last minute rolled it. I don't typically see him going from low to middle or high. The only reason I addressed his cue positioning out of the gate. Yeah, the speed is pretty much perfect again. I don't feel like he's got an angle that's worrisome. Yeah, that's going to end up perfect. Yeah, these guys playing a little quicker pace than the beginning of our last match. That needs to run. He is now at the nifty 50. Depends on which way he wants to go. I would assume it's the corner.
What a finish that was. Himself in a bit of trouble at the end of that one, but manages to close the door. 3-1 now to Solnaki. I'll tell you, that was a big swing there. I really needed to answer back if you're Fraser Patrick. Can afford to do that, especially early on. You know, Oliver could take that as a sign of weakness and really just run with it and kind of compound that error and live rent-free in your mind as you try to get yourself back on track. Oh, will knock you to the break now in rack 5. He's got a 2-game lead, still very early. But Patrick cannot afford to make those errors. Got to hold your serve. See what we got here.
Same song and dance. Blue 2 coming back around. And I think it's traveled enough to where he can either just stop, which will be a bit tricky because the pink 4 is down here as well. You'd have to kill the 3. Can he go forward? The overhead looks like it's almost dead straight, but if he's putting his cue there, obviously he's got the top rail. Needs to get quite a bit out of this. Doesn't really want to finish on the left side either, as far as on the rail. Oh, this is really good. I mean, really, really good from there to stay off this left long rail and to get pretty flat on the 3. And chose to go above the 4. Might come up all the way above the purple here just so you can make sure to get the look to the corner. First match we covered with him today, he was really working it hard at staying still after contact of the cue ball. When I brought it up and touched on it, that's when it started to go away. He started to get off the ball a lot quicker after cut. Pretty interesting decision to come twice out past the 9 versus just a top ball. Got it done, but a shave on the 9 could have been trouble.
Cutting it a little bit close there. But as this 8 ball does pass the 9, which I'm sure it does, it'll be a 4-1 lead here. I'll tell you, this young man, really impressive. See, laying down right through the shot. 4-1 now. Solnaki. Fraser Patrick looking like got a bit of disappointment. No. And again, you got to take into account, this is a third day of play. Although we're not running a marathon here, you have to take into account how light on your feet the players can be, and how much energy they're burning through these events. A lot of hours on your feet and a lot of energy burned. And Patrick being the larger of the two, perhaps Oliver a little less winded over the course of these matches. Some of the smaller players really able to just go through go the distance and just make it happen. Well, Patrick try to come with it. Rack 6. See how we run here.
Oh, wow. Okay. The one in and out really just traveled around the rim. Position. Buried. 7 ball. Look at how close he is on that bridge. All the way back on the cue with the hand in the back. But the bridge is within 4 inches there, max. Just a very odd style. It definitely works for him. You'd like to get on that rail. Okay, he's fine there. He can pinch back. Doesn't want to involve the 9. You want to get pretty heavy on the 5. Well done. Now this angle looks like he might deal with it, but I think he can miss the 9 coming twice out. did not think he'd go forward. I didn't know if he could avoid it that way. He ended up thin, but okay.
And Fraser Patrick almost running into a bit of trouble there. Raised the 9 ball, coming short on the green 6, but manages to finish up. Still trailing by 2 games, and Solnaki, with that unbelievable break of his, doesn't look like he's going to give up too much here. So Patrick going to be chasing for a bit. Again, still very early. Remember, final match, we are going to 13. A bit longer of a runway. As Oliver approaches the table. Chalking with intent. Looks like stick to what's been working. Very precise positioning with that cue ball on the break. Did notice an extra step here from Oliver Zolnowski. All right, he actually goes and looks at his contact point for the break. Don't see a lot of players do that. And they just kind of glance over at it. Perhaps that's part of his success.
Yeah, it's the first time he's missed the 1 in recent memory. Maybe in history. Into the side, but he did fluke it up into the corner. Pretty flat here on the 2. It's probably going to be the pink 4 that he can tuck below. Unless he thinks he can just trim the 2 down low. Go up behind the 5. It's all about how you feel with the cue ball. Obviously the hit going to be pretty automatic if you just bury the 2 to the bottom rail. So you could cut him off coming down below the pink. That's kind of what my thought process was there. This is a higher percentage getting the snooker. But the hit is also going to be pretty high percentage. Oh, look here. He's fluked the green, but not the blue. Does he have a way to it? A big smirk. Oh, no. He might have to bend through the 3 and 7. Pretty fortunate for Patrick that the 2 didn't drop. And that thing is deep. I mean deep. The ref is astonished at how deep it is. Yeah. Good luck. That thing is buried. Ball in hand for Oliver Solnaki. Little cold-blooded there for Fraser Patrick. Mike, I felt like that pocket's held some balls up the last 2 days.
Yeah, perhaps that's the house pocket of doom A lot of pool rooms have that particular location on their feature table, and seems like we've seen a lot of that top right corner. But Oliver going to gladly accept this added opportunity. No fortune to blunder there for Patrick, plucking the green 6 in, and still can't believe that ball hung up. Like it was kind of just floating over the pocket.
Side pocket readily available. Purple 5. No trouble. Zero trouble here, I don't think. You can't really overrun this. You got the corner available down low. Speed is perfect. Well, not perfect. He's a bit short. Yeah, the bed may be slowing down just a bit. Oh, now is he falling real steep here? Should not be a problem. Table seems to have slowed a little bit, though, from what I'm seeing, obviously, well into the evening.
And once again, Oliver Zolnacki arrives on the 9 ball. Perfect position. No question, this man can play. Going to pull ahead. 5-2 now. 3-game cushion as we move forward here. And seems that little by little, we're seeing the difference. Our 2 finalists for this particular match. Patrick still playing very strong, but again, the game of 9 ball can be trivial at times. We saw that 2 ball came with a great kick shot return from the safety of Zolnacki, and lucks in the green 6, hangs the 2 ball, but can't get to it. So, missed opportunity there, and a bit of misfortune on top. Tell you, players staying their focus. It's going to be Fraser Patrick to break track number 8. Really needs to come with a break and run here, make a statement, let his opponent know that he is still present.
Yeah, you got to let the past go. The 2 didn't fall. Obviously, things could have been a little bit different there. Maybe fired him up a bit. You never know. Oftentimes, something like that can really wake you up. It's plenty early in this race. If you avoid the 8, going back and forth, maybe just a slight dig here. And that's a good look. Yeah, I think you take your chance in going into the 4 and 9 from the backside, just with a low right ball here. Just avoid the 8 coming 1-2 crossed. Unless he feels good wrapping around with an inside ball. I think there's even more traffic that way, though. Then you deal with the 5. Just back and forth here with a low right ball. Don't be afraid to go into the 9 if you have to. You just want to avoid the 8. Does he think he can miss it this way? Guess so. A little more distance. Finished on the rail as well. And the 4 don't play down here to the lower left, I don't believe. He's taking a good look. Oh, this is good. Really good. From where he was. Speed is absolutely perfect. Is he going at the 9? Does this not play in the side? Okay, take the pot, Mr. Patrick. I apologize, folks. A little, when you're not on site, a little misleading. We can't call them all perfectly, and I'm far from that, but sort of looked like it had a side pocket, or I didn't know why he was playing position to where he played. Obviously, trying to get a little lower.
All right, looks like Fraser Patrick is going to answer back here. Close the gap. Now we're starting to see the strong suits and perhaps maybe a couple of shortcomings of both players. And for Fraser Patrick, strong suit potting the ball, and no surprise there. There's a couple of really nice shots. Again, moving to the game of 9-ball just about 18 months ago, coming from the snooker background, and perhaps some of those touchy situations, the experience going to show just a bit. I'm so lucky, but and really still a tight fight here. Really hard to bet against Oliver with that consistency, the break shot, flawless play. Oh, Fraser Patrick still trailing 2 games. This is rack 9.
Been the best breaker, without question, this week. Just extremely consistent on the 1. Some big collisions on the cue ball and the 2 ball. Nothing straightforward here. And you see what he's looking at there. The 2 back up in between the 8 and 9 to the top rail. That's really where all your focus will go if that's what he intends to do. Got the 6, 9, 8, 7 for cover. And he's found the gap, I believe. Most certainly has. A little fumble here and there, not absolutely perfect by any means. Where he was really pretty close to that versus Marco Teutcher. In one of the better alternate break format matches I've followed, for sure. That match was spectacular. I like what he did there. Tried to get him nice and tight behind the 4. Got a backdoor shot making the 6 if you come one rail at it. Yeah, I really think there's actually, I don't know, 10-15% chance if you catch the bottom half of the 2 to marry the 6. That'll work. Welcome to 9-ball. What do you think, Mikey?
I mean, you can say that again. Game of 9-ball, of course. Always trivial and exciting game. Looks like, although Husky is playing very high-level pool, he's getting a bit of good fortune, too. Nothing wrong with that. Might be a bit frustrating for Fraser Patrick, but part of the game, and if you're going to get involved with 9-ball, you have to know that that's part of it. So maintain focus and try to move forward.
Yeah, slight elevation here. Wants to dig, wants to get some speed behind this. Don't think it's going to get it. Will it stop? I tell you what, the bed really seems to have slowed down. I do not know if the humidity, typically in the evening, it will get a little bit more damp out or in buildings. So I don't know if that's happened or not, but I feel like the bed has really slowed down.
You know, Scott, to comment on that, I feel like perhaps because the balls aren't polished as they were earlier in the day, you know, kind of just getting a little bit of grit on there to go through the matches, that could be a factor as well.
All right, trying to wrap around that corner with the cue ball and just chip the 2 over, I guess. Okay. Double point. Maybe a little fatigued. These guys have played a lot of pool. I mean, his swing just seems, this match, quite a bit quicker for the most part than what I'd noticed in his last match. That's pretty naughty. That's pretty naughty. I believe if he's got him cut on the 9, he cannot do anything jump-wise. If he is free of the 9, then well, that's probably one of his only prayers. Gonna be the big swerve. Keep your eye on the 9 ball. Wow. Great effort. Got the rail. Big old pause there in the back. I don't want to harp on it, but I have touched on it in the past. The elite players have gotten away from it for a while. They felt like maybe that was the thing. The problem with that is that oftentimes when you're stopping what to do and at what speed, you really don't want to have to think about that. It should be a subconscious movement, muscle memory. I will say, though, another Scottish player who does have a huge pause. We talk about quite a bit, Chris Melling. He does quite well with it. But another player that has not won a ton of majors, he admits that it can be a fault at times because the pause can get a little bit more exaggerated. Then it does. All right, clean to the upper left. I like to stretch this lead to 6. Using all the pocket. Do not see any more problems here.
Lockheed looking. Take the long ray through this rack number 9. Everything sitting nice and pretty for him. Extend his lead to 3. As we've remarked a few times here, he's been just best breaker of the event by far, most consistent, and after the break, looking just as strong. Really tough to beat someone. Really just doesn't have any weak points. Going to go up 6-3 here. Almost at that halfway point for Oliver Solnacki. Fraser Patrick kind of watching his opponent pull away little by little. And again, lots of pool to play. And you know, as we go through these racks, we get to see the difference between the players at this point in time. And it looks like we are set to go. Here we are, rack number 10. Going to be Fraser Patrick. Break this one. Make a statement here. Needs to put some pressure on Oliver.
Yeah, good hit. I think he's going to avoid the side. He has. Still awkward on the 2. Does have another. It just seems to be a reoccurring safety that he's got. Can bank the 2 down past the 8 and try to trickle up tight 2 rails behind the 4 if he feels comfortable with it. There's a couple others that are a little more straightforward, at which he's looking at there, probably using the 3. I'd really consider banking the 2 long past the 8 on down. Yeah, this is fine. He's going to get the jump cue out most likely. Only problem is here, and we haven't seen Sholnaki a lot with the jump cue, but the only problem for Fraser Patrick is that there's still 8 balls on the table. Odds are, if you make a good hit here without the scratch, you're going to find some type of cover or distance. You're looking at the 2 rail line. Haven't seen a lot, like I said, with the jump cue here from him. Maybe because the 3 is so far out, he has to get it really airborne. Just feel like if you could clear the 3 with kind of like a low stop ball, you're going to get some type of distance. Maybe a glance off the 9 with the 2, protection with the 7. Yeah, it's going to be the 2 rail kick here. A lot of good things can happen here too. I'm definitely not against it. Yeah, very well done. Live to fight another day. It's darn good as well. Felt like he was going to catch the 6 going in. He caught the 2 full, played it in between the 5 and 9. Very clever. All right, he's got that little aiming system that a lot of them use. It's going to open up after a little battle on the blue. Yeah, couldn't tell from there how big an angle he had, if he could go inside or outside the 9. Clearly trying to beat it on the inside. Now hard to tell if he can play this to the upper left or not. He's leveled out, tells us he can. just going straight up behind the pink. He's overhit it. He's going to find help. Plenty of it. Clearly couldn't make the 3, and even if he could, this wasn't a bad decision. Doing a lot of kicking, Oliver Shalnacki. Isn't he, Mike?
Yeah, I think maybe Fraser Patrick changing his plan of attack. It seems like he does have cue ball under control. He's played a lot of nice safeties in this match so far, and maybe he's learning, the plan of attack to take out a player like Solnaki. Perhaps not to outshoot him, maybe outmaneuver him to that shot. So maybe just a strategy adjustment might be the case here. Oliver's been so solid with this offense. Be Fraser Patrick trying to find that hole in his game, that weakness. But nothing too clear just yet.
Yeah, pretty well played. Knew at all times he was going to keep the cue ball low with the stick. Once again, I believe it's going to be the 4 ball. Yeah, I was going to say, you could get aggressive with this hit. I think he did try to make it. Got it thick. And things kind of going his way here. The 6 has covered the 3 up. Looking to potentially play this off the 7. Yeah, if you can get into this enough with a high left ball, you can get back up where you're at now. It's kind of protected. Put him as a slight favorite here, really. Just a half ball hit. Wow, okay. Maybe a bit of fatigue setting in. He's not happy about it. Caught the ball quite a bit too heavy there. Yeah, so the man with the snooker background using his brain to win the game. I like it.
Yeah, Fraser Patrick seems to be changing that plan of attack and be working out for him in this case. We saw him a bit more aggressive some of the earlier matches and really having to come with some firepower offensively. But his defensive efforts here proved to be very effective against Solnaki. Really, it's those opportunities to weigh out those options. Just play those high percentage shots. And he delivers there, so takes it to 6-4 now. And Oliver Solnaki still in control. Just 2 games ahead. Looks like Oliver's going to head out of the table area for just a moment. Scott, what do you think about the plan of attack from Fraser Patrick? Seems like he's changed up a bit. Not sure if he's going to stay with this, but seems to be working currently. So, I think both players are going to head out for a moment. So, I'm going to take a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Day 3, it is do or die. And unfortunately, we just seen a match where there had to be a winner and there had to be a loser. Mark, you and I go back a long, long time. And I must say, as a personal friend and a fan, I don't think I've ever seen you play as well as I seen you play that set. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky. I played a good set. Yeah, it just sucks that it didn't go my way this time. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I've been playing good for a while, and yeah, it just sucks. It just happens sometimes.
So it's been a great showing all in all for you for this event. Big names, Rodney Morris you beat, Nathan Childress, a young up-and-coming player, pretty significant win there. How do you feel about beating Rodney Morris, though? I want to hear about that one a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what I said before is it's always been a role model. Like especially when I was a kid, I always watched him in the U.S. Opens and the World Championships, and yeah, I haven't seen him for a long time, and I haven't been playing as much in the U.S. So yeah, I was kind of excited to play him. I know he's probably not in this peak of in this game, but yeah, it's it's an honor to play him, and it's very nice to play him in this event.
Excellent. What did you think about the venue all in all? I know we have that new Royal Apex CPBA cloth.
Yeah.
Some of the players were saying it's a little slippery or a little slick at first. How did you feel about it?
I think it's absolutely perfect. I think the table plays nice. The cloth feels good. I think it's much better than the cloth we had before. I think I like the feel of the table. Yeah, I have nothing to complain about. I think it's a great event, and the tables play absolutely perfect. I think they're quite big, just to slide a little bit more than the other cloth that we used to. But other than that, it's absolutely perfect.
Excellent. So, I normally don't try to run and grab players after they lost, but you're such a great guy. What are your thoughts on who's going to take the event down from the field that we have left? You think Oliver's going to go all the way?
100%. You have to pick him. I mean, honestly, the way how he played against me right now, he played close to perfect, and and I lost 11-10. And the match before to qualify, he beat me 8-9-2. and it was also like a very good match. And yeah, what I said, he's been playing absolutely perfect. So yeah, I see him. If you have to bet my money, I bet on him for sure.
Excellent for that. Well, Madison and Marco, we're going to sign off and sip it back to Ship to Cash. Mike DeMarco, we'll be back.
Thank you, guys.
Semifinals.
Thanks. Thank you.
There you have it. Marco Tuscher letting us know exactly what it's like to play Mr. Solnocki right here on this arena table. As we see the man walking back into the arena. What a match they had. It was an 11-10 finish. And really just remarkable that he can play like that and go the distance. 1 game difference. Gonna go home a bit shy. Looks like Oliver's got a bit of a wardrobe change. Be prepared. Take on rack number 11. Here we go.
Yeah, and good kiss there on the cue ball to really get it up table. Blue 2 kind of dressing up near it. I believe he's got a pocket down here to the lower right, and if not, definitely the lower left, but it's good to the lower right from what we're seeing. Yeah, does he just want to drift into the 4? Past it. I think he's fine going past it. Well done. Not a lot of room there between the side and the 4. Not a lot of room at all, actually. "29 years young. Born in 97. Sure doesn't look like he's 29. I think he's about 18. Other than the height. Yeah, maybe that break did him a little good. Came back out with a different look. Definitely a little quicker or more confident at the table, it feels. Maybe just a little sharper. We've often talked in the majors about when you should take your break and how important it is and how it can be used. Beneficial different ways.
I've actually touched on that a few times myself, Scott. Learning about when to take the break. And it's always been advised to me that when I return to the table, a positive position. You want your opponent freezing you on the back of a ball, and then you take your break. Come back and jump to a foul, perhaps, but there's been opinion to come back. Something good to see, whether it be an open table or even the break shot. As Lonky ends up very nicely after that short break of his. And ball deposited, and he goes up 7 games to 4 now. I think very, very solid here. Fraser Patrick seems like he moved around a bit the last couple games and stole a couple, but Sure, he could have done that earlier. Perhaps the scoreline looked a little different, but here we sit. 11 games have passed. Still have a 3-game advantage. The Hungarian. Fraser Patrick, again, really needing to put some pressure on his opponent. But right now, he's got the pressure on him as his opponent still sits in the lead. He's been there pretty much the whole match.
Yeah, often to get easily negative or down on yourself when you're behind 2-3 games in a alternate break format, and you just can't afford to do that. Maybe a little quick going forward there with the swing, but the one just short. Coming off both knuckles there in the side pocket. How straight is he? Oh, he's actually got a perfect punch line here, unless he just wants to roll forward. Take the steep to the upper right, but I think he can just punch in between the 2 and 4. Very so slightly. Yeah. He could have got more out of that. He knows it. I mean, a lot more out of that. This is no bueno. He can take it on, but that point really sticks out now past the side. Telling you, his swing just looks a little quicker to me than it did versus Teucher. And it could be, you know, fatigue. He's had a long 3 days, and it's real. Part of this sport, and that's why these guys are in such prime condition now, especially all the elites. Really nice speed. Very good touch. Always plan to get behind the 6 and not the 9 there. You have to think. And coming twice out of the corner. Not the worst. 2-5 is on. Definitely not automatic. 7 ball, a little funny over the bridge. Yeah, and that was pretty fortunate and missed by a long. Probably had a lot to do with where the bridge hand was over the 7. Had the hand elevated. Pretty awkward. You gotta feel like this is really makeable here. Watch out. You do not deserve it. Think he's clear. really know where he was intending on there. The speed was so off. Thin to the side now. I think it's thinner than we think, yeah. Pocket looks pretty small from this angle. See where he just laid the cue, looking to come back over. Okay. Making himself work. Yeah, just keep your angle. You don't want to fall flat here. That'll work. Absolutely perfect.
Fraser Patrick looking to be home free. Rack 12. Close that gap. Just to 2 games. Zanaki holding pretty strong. But Fraser Patrick going to sneak one out here. Close that gap just a bit. Puts that one in very nicely. You know, there's been a few times Fraser Patrick getting himself into an odd situation where there's just a very small pocket or blind shot. Really just comes with it, showing that snooker background of his really coming in handy in those situations where he really just comes and pots a nice shot, but digging himself out of trouble. You know, that's always the case. Some of the top professionals, you know, getting into those tricky spots, just being able to come with a great shot and shoot their way out of it. Just a 2-game gap here. Now it's Solnaki. That break of his really proving to be really tough to fade. He's got a system down for it. It's definitely working. Here we go. 13.
Yeah, par for the course. 2 is down. Cue ball is high above the 9, and I've been saying it for 2 years. I think it's much stronger to get the cue ball above the 9 than obviously flush into it. Now, FSR was the leader in figuring out the cut break where you're tracking twice flush into the 9, and had a big credit to him for one of the biggest runs in a professional pool career, which was credit to him. Once the elites started figuring out what he was doing, then they caught up. And I've talked about it on commentary over and over. I'm often surprised at why they're not digging into the cue ball just a little bit more. It seems like Shelnaki is pretty aware of that. Now, I understand every table breaks differently. You're going to get different spreads depending on conditions. Five is low. Pink is here on the right side of the table. Clear of the 8, come right through the 7 and 8. Very nice. And there is no law that says you have to be on the right side of the 5, and that's exactly what I'm looking at here. Just play short side. It's pretty natural. Yeah, and what a level cue, really level cue there, just below center. I'd say with a lot less effort. Something I noticed about him and Teutcher, both very straight cue.
Zelnacki get himself into winning position one more time. Very routine, his last couple. And really going to be tough to get him off of this break result. Now, there's rare occasions where he's allowing Fraser Patrick, but really is so consistent with the break. Also shooting after the break as he goes up 8-5 now. There's something about the number 8. These races here starts to get real and closer to those double digits. And Zelnacki only needing 5 from this point. Maintains that game gap. Let's see exactly what got going on here. Fraser Patrick to break. This is rack 14.
Yeah, the one down. Cue ball low. Gonna have a look at the 3. It's not straightforward by any means. Big movement on the 9. Due to the kiss from the cue ball. I think you can level out here and beat the left side pocket. You've just got to trust the back arm. We know this man here can make the long ball. We've seen it over and over. Unless I'm just not seeing it right again, he's acting like the side pocket is an issue. I feel like if you roll it with where the 4 is at, well, this angle tells us a lot different. The side pocket clearly an issue. Almost to the point where you can cut this ball. From here it looks near impossible. Yeah, and the problem there is the hit is so thin he could lose it. If he catches it a tick thick to the upper left corner, he could lose it down low near the 5-2 rails. Not a lot of fun, this. Is there any type of a cross corner to the upper right and using the 6 and 9 as like backdoor protection, going up and down with the cue ball? I don't think it's thick enough. Tricky spot. Can't fault him if he shoots. And look at this. Really, I'm telling you right now, that's snooker background. Just kind of understanding what everything's doing there. Now, once again, I don't know, but it sure doesn't look like he's got a gap. Love the way he played that. All right, is he intending to come full into this? What a great hit. That was really by design, though, and I'm just looking at the cue ball, and that tells you how good he hit the 3. Yes, he made contact with the 7 from the 3. The 3 was getting up table regardless, so a very good hit, creating distance at minimum. Got a little fortunate to run into the 7. Finally going to get a look here at the jump cue. Just doesn't seem like he's got the energy that, like the real go get him energy he did have. Like to see it creep back in a little bit. I was going at that. It was good, then it was bad, and then it was good. Maybe the energy will get up a little bit now. I believe the 6 passes a 7 as well. He's acting like it's pretty close. That depends on where you want to get on the 5. If it's that close, you'll make a decision clearly. Well, he's got the angle. He could trickle up to the right side of the table if he feels it's really that close. Even kind of one rail towards the 9 maybe, or towards the middle of the 6 and 9. Getting somewhere around there, however you want to get there. Okay, if the 6 is that close, going by the 7, oftentimes when the cue ball's on that side of the 6, it makes it even more difficult. Because you're kind of blind now. You really got to just pretend that the 7 isn't there and you're playing it to the pro side of the pocket. Shouldn't be tough. Looks to me like it's got plenty of room. Oh yeah. Maybe he was milking it just a bit.
Very well could be the case, but looks like he is out in the open at this point. Very open and available. 8 and 9. Didn't want to get over the 9 here. I think it's really going to change the course of things, but over time that can be a bit of an issue. Executes very nicely. Fraser Patrick looking to get just within 2. There you have it. So Fraser Patrick and adding 1 to his side, but time running out. We would like to see kind of pressure exchange here. But Fraser Patrick appearing that he's kind of playing this match with added weight on his shoulders as that scoreline still boots him. Nonetheless, fair play. Oliver Swanky. Both players really just taking this match in and doing what they do. It's going to be Oliver to break here. If he can continue this consistency we've seen from him, really just, again, the most consistent, best results on the break we've seen thus far.
Ooh, the 5 was kissing. Cue ball to the corner. The 8 saved it. Could have been a lot worse. Oliver. Maybe another bit of let up on the break shot. I think he is like 99% over the last 2 sets with the 1 on the side. I believe I remember him missing the 1 on the side 1 time off the break shot. Going to be the rollout. Most likely to a kick to the bottom half of the 3. Yeah, did he get enough on it? Yeah, he's going to give it back. But you notice the difference in rollouts between the 2 players. Jolonaki never giving him a full ball to go to. And I think that's kind of what you're looking at, right? You want another opportunity back at the table. It's just a better opportunity than you had prior to the rollout. You don't want to lose it, your opponent. I think that's maybe a gray area for Patrick at times on the rollout that we noticed in the last match he played. Oh, he just stuck it too good there. Wanted to catch the bottom half. He needs a little luck, and he's not going to get it. Mr. Patrick on the move. Feels a little bit like the halfway point to me. Still quite a long way to go. Oh boy, he's reached over everything. It's not going to be a problem. I'm sure he's good with the rake, or the bridge, or the crutch, or the tool, whatever you want to call it. What part of the world you live in. The granny. Used to be one of my moves. I'd put myself in a position where I needed the bridge and I would ask for the granny. And they really thought I was a sucker. Probably was. Don't believe he's too thin here. Yeah, really good strike. Nice full hit on the 5. Creeping back. Funny things taking place. I continue to look at Shalnaki, and he continues to use some type of motion while he's in his chair with his stroke arm. Does look a bit worn out. Break shot might be letting up just a little bit. And we know how that goes, right? You sense a little weakness in your opponent, and oftentimes it'll give you a little life. Alternate break format, not so much though. Things can change so quickly every other game. Game number 15. Going to Fraser Patrick. Within 1. And once again, thank you everyone to tune in. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Ship to Cash, Brandon Schuff, On Cue Sports, cool room they're playing out of here. Appreciate all the sponsors. Can't do it without you. That's where this community is very, very good. It's still a personal community, but sponsors always seem to show up. You just can't do it without them. Big schedule in August for the World 9-Ball Tour. Florida Open is the 4th through the 9th. Arizona Open, 13th through the 16th. The Phoenix Open, 18th through the 22nd. And the U.S. Open 9-Ball Championships, the 25th through the 30th. Big movement with the bottom half of the 9 again. You see his reaction. Definitely not a positive one. Not yet, anyway. Constantly looking at everything, and Shalnaki just took a huge deep breath. I tell you what, he's immediately looking to go to the rollout, and I know that all of us at this view here feel like he can see part of that too, at least. Almost feel like he can bank it back down unless the kiss is at play. Creep up behind the 9. But you would have to assume he would know that, so he's got to be cut off from the 3. Gonna test his man. Once again, a wide open ball, I believe. Obviously not easy, this one. Yeah, can you bank the 2 back up table and just creep around with an inside ball behind the 8? Got a little smirk on his face. So maybe just fooled again from this camera angle. It sure looks like he can get to as much of the 2 as he needs to. Is the kiss close if he does send the 2 up table and back down with an inside ball? Oh, he switched positions on the cue ball now. This is the first rollout that Fraser Patrick has gotten back in the last 2 matches I've covered with him. Very good. Very, very good. Yeah, you almost feel like Oliver talked himself out of it. Continued to look at the shot. Maybe he did feel like there was more of a kiss there with an inside ball. Yeah, stuck it straight in the face. It's finished funny. Is the bank on? Yeah, I believe so. Pretty sure you can shorten this one up. Tweaked it home. Okay, it was 8-5. Going to be tied up here momentarily. Yeah, and Fraser Patrick winning from the lag, from the roll out. Made a real good decision there. Put him in a funny spot. Snowmen tied up at 8 apiece. Could have just played a race to 5. What's the fun in that? Onaki to break. One is down, and here comes the cue ball. Just not getting the spreads that they were. Big cluster down here. Would love to fall somewhere just below the pink 4. I don't think you can take a chance at coming to the left side unless he's really able to get into the 2. Yeah, that's got to carry a big stretch there. I think you've got to gamble a little bit here and use some speed. Really try to scramble something up or make this. Yeah, it really worked out in his favor. Okay, we're really starting to get into the nitty gritty. Oftentimes we see players feed off of one another's energy, and closer matches get. There is no shot clock. The more it can slow down and get a little troublesome for each guy. I think we're kind of in that mode at the moment. If it remains this way, though, we will have a pretty exciting finish. You'd love to bury one from up above. I'll take the pot. Did you get a shot? Hand up in the air says negatory. But he's still at the table. Yeah, you're gonna have to thin this, right? I don't believe he can do anything else. You gotta avoid the 7 and the 5. And he's trying it behind it. Do not find the gap. That would be disaster. Mike DeMarco back in the building.
Well, looks like we've tied ourselves up here, Scott. 8-8 on the board. And perhaps a little bit of added pressure here. Zonaki. What Fraser Patrick's really been looking for. Add something. Give something for Oliver to think about. And we're just racing to 5 from here. Interesting exchange. Unbelievable finding the gap there.
Yeah, it seems like, Mike, that they're both just kind of, they've been feeding off each other a little bit, the energy. You know, it's growing over time. They're getting closer to the finish line, but yet still quite a ways away, and energy's kind of down. Just some struggles. A little past mid-mark.
And like you mentioned earlier, Scott, a bit of fatigue likely to set in this stage in the game. Coming up on 10:30 p.m. local time. This is the third day. These players have really had to go through an entire day of this grueling event. You know, it's top class too, so no easy matches for either of these guys.
Boy, I feel like he can just chip the top side of the 5 and put him behind the 9 here. Yeah, I just don't understand. If you're not going to bank that cross side, which obviously it might not have gone, but boy, you could have just feathered the 5 and put him right behind the 9. Don't know if he even looked at that option. They're so used to getting them down low and behind the ball that oftentimes it can be overlooked. Hard to tell. That's a good look. Going to be the jump cue. Boy, way up top of the cue ball there. See how the cue ball went forward? He just wasn't aimed down on the cue ball at all. He was on top of it, like he was following the ball. It makes it, I think, quite a bit more difficult to make the ball, but check this out. Talk about crazy. They are glued. My. Sometimes it's just your time to win.
Well controlled there, driving behind the brown 7. Very likely to see another jump shot. Zolnacki.
He's pretty good, Fraser Patrick, in those tight areas.
Yeah, the tides have definitely turned here.
Sorry, Mike. Have we seen a jump shot made, actually?
I don't believe we've seen a pocketed jump shot, no. Unsuccessful contact. To be fair, a lot of these exchanges, Scott, haven't really been the pocketing style of jump, really been return safety, playing a bit reserved, some of those jump situations, looking for contact and coverage versus the offensive attempts, but fair enough. Gonna get distance here.
Yeah. I think he was definitely going at the side there, I would assume, but backdoored it. This is distance, like big time. Can't get in the cue ball quite well, though. Oh, what a strike. Where's this going to finish? It just doesn't get any easier. The struggle bus.
Yeah, towards the end of the match is really the usual story. No pressure mounting, and both players again feeling that fatigue. Yeah, they're definitely giving it their all, Scott.
Oh, yeah, no question. They're giving it their all and then some. There is a point there, to your point, where, you can always fall. And I kind of touched on that just a minute ago, where you can kind of fall into that place in these moments where maybe you're trying a little too hard. Kind of get drawn into each other's pace, and often things start happening a little bit funny. You slow it down again and speed it up a bit more, and you just can't find it, right? And oftentimes, a lot of that's a result of maybe trying a little bit too hard. If that makes any sense. Oh, how thin of a hit is this? Look at this shot here. My goodness, was he trying to get behind the 8? It's one of the best shots I've ever seen if he's trying to get behind the 8 there. What a great hit.
You can say that again, Scott. What a thin hit. Perfect speed control. That was the attempt. What a finish.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what kind of intent you can have here. Do you try to two-rail just thin the 6 and come past the 8, or do you just fram this? In a pretty big ball position, good things can happen. Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him. Hope for something good to happen. Wow.
With that, Naki back into position. Once again, take the lead. Hasn't really given up the lead since the start of this match, but Fraser Patrick is able to tie it up. I want to say the biggest gap was 3 or 4 games in favor of Solnaki, but again, Fraser Patrick, snooker player turned pool player, showing us he's got some talent, abilities in the game of 9-ball as well. To close this one out, 9-8 ahead right now. See some frustration. Fraser Patrick giving that one up. He's going to take a minute. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back at the epic conclusion of the Bob Stocks Memorial here on cue, Front Royal, Virginia. We'll be right back. players have returned. Fraser Patrick back at the table. Curious this is going to work out coming back from that short break. Like it's going to work out very well. What? 6-ball hanging in the side pocket. Just hovering. Even sure how it's still staying up. This looks to be a very simple run out here. Exactly what Fraser Patrick was looking for. What he's thinking here, he just wants to make sure that he manages this pink 4. He wanted to drift away from the pocket. He's hit that very well. Properly struck 4-ball. That's always the case with a combination. You really got to manage both the cue ball and the first ball in the combination. I'll tell you can see it in his body language. Very, very motivated. Very aggressive, in a sense. Well, he's sick and tired of trailing in this match. You can tell he's digging deep. Fraser Patrick really just going to give it his best efforts. Prove himself. Yeah, you can see it. The pace he's walking the table even is increased. Delivers there, answers back, ties us up 9 racks apiece. And how about this match here? Really just delivering quality pool for us. Come down to a race to 4 to determine a champion. Early on, Donaki looked like an early favorite. Leading by 4 games at one point. But the tides have turned, and Fraser Patrick again digging deep. Really going to prove himself here as a formidable opponent, as a 9-ball player. All right, Donaki do the break. This is rack number 19. Joining us once again, the freezer, Scott Frost.
Yeah, thank you, bud. All right, this has been a few mishits. I mentioned earlier that I think he was like 99%. That would be the percentage, but he was like 18 or 19 of 20 in the break, making the 1. Things have gone sideways, and it's due to the mishit. It's not due to anything other than that, which is probably due to fatigue. Seven and 8 are a problem. I do not know if you can cut the 7 enough to play the combination into the 8. It does not look like it to me. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to be real close to it, and you'd have to be able to spin that 7 quite a bit. What's he looking at here? Is he looking come into the 7 with a straight draw, take care of the problem now, or are you looking to deal with that problem later? Don't want to snooker yourself. Well, that'll get the job done. Great strike there. Plenty of power. Made sure to get the 7 clear and away from the cue ball. Would have been pretty unlucky to get snookered there. Listen, if Shalnaki's break starts evading him, he no longer becomes a favorite. That was really his biggest strong suit. Yeah, and starting to really loosen that back arm up again. I know you touched on it last rack, Mike, and maybe the pace and positivity picking up a little bit here. Obviously was trailing 4 games, then 3. Back at 9 apiece here. I don't blame him.
It seems like after that short break, Fraser Patrick came back with a vengeance. You could see it in his body language, Scott. He just that added motivation and moving around the table a bit faster and more intense. It's a bit of frustration turning into motivation. Really digging deep.
Yeah, I don't mind the way he played that, dropping below the 9. Maybe a little let up there. Does he have to work the cue ball up and down now? He could stay thin on the 8. Handled it very well. And a new leader in the clubhouse.
And for the first time in the match, like Fraser Patrick gonna pull ahead 10-9. Tell you, whatever happened for the last 30 minutes or so. No, Solnaki lost the magic touch on the break, and Fraser Patrick some added pep in his step as he's delivering. Very nice performance now, and Oliver Solnaki falling by the wayside a bit. We talk about the fatigue of the players setting in a bit on the 3rd day of the event, but it seems as though Fraser Patrick has a little something extra in the tank. Really just showing a lot of grind and definitely a lot of heart. See if he can carry that through to the finish line here.
Took a little pace off there. While just tracking over that Town Mats rack. Max rack plays quite well. I like the way it's built. Town obviously building a great chalk product as well. He is elevated over the 9. How often do we see the 2 high? I'd say well over 50% of the time. Right? It's more like 70 to me. And not just the cue being elevated here, but the 9 in your sight line as well. There's a lot of things going on here. Talk about movement. Any movement in the body or the back arm here could be trouble. Sure looks good over the ball, though. Yeah, he looked real solid over the ball. Confident strike. Three does pass to the lower left. Don't know if the 4 passes the 6 up in the corner. Obviously plays to the side. A big pause there. He has tied the 5 up. And that was one of those exaggerated pauses I've touched on. So what happens when that pause gets extremely exaggerated and then the pause is very minor? Subconsciously, the brain has to take over and talk to the hand. It can cause major problems. He gets low here. I still think the 5 might play, but he's trying to disturb. Oh my. Did he actually get there? Don't think so. Don't know how much of the 5 he can get. Can he just go forward and use the 7 or the 9? Can open up. Doesn't feel like we've seen much of Belnaki in the last 5 or 6 games. Obviously, Mr. Patrick's won those games, but due to scratches on the break, dry breaks, the way the balls lie, good defensive play. This is really one of the first balls he's had available in recent memory for me. He just snuck it in, and he is going to be short of the mark. Now I know what Billy Thorpe would do here. He's playing the 6 to the upper right corner, just tracking the cue ball 1 rail down below the 9. You miss it short. You don't miss it long. No, no, no. Timing, everything pretty much off for Oliver. Don't think you can go forward here. Do you just draw it over and out? Take the distance on the brown? Big shot here. Yeah. The energy feeding off of one another. Is the moment too big, Mike?
You know, I've got to say that both players have let us down a bit. Such the high bar that they've set early on in the match. So, as we move towards the final few games, now players definitely feeling the pressure, the fatigue, and possibly it's that mental distraction of their shortcomings. But I tell you, Fraser Patrick, very, very impressive. Be able to dig deep, winning most of our last few games here, pulling ahead by a game. There was a time he was down by 4, and we're sitting 1 game ahead, just 3 short of a victory here. Not sure he's going to like his next shot here. Funaki very likely to put him on the backside of this 8-ball. Looks like he's done that mostly well. Really wanted to get him stuck on the backside of it, cut off that side rail, but still, it's going to give him a chance to get back to the table.
Is he going to the jump cue there? Couldn't tell. Or is he just... Wow. Okay, we haven't seen really any of the jump cue from him. This is a bit surprising because I feel like you can kick to the bottom half of this 6 and it might finish on that top rail. This seems pretty tough to me. You got a chance of dunking it in the right side, kicking at it. You catch the bottom half, you've still got potential to get cover on the 8, the 7, create the distance. Is he darting at this? There's a reason he's taking it on. He must feel good about it. He is darting it. APA.